shine bright, the sound they do IT. Even my future self, they won't blind me. And when the people try to one me, I know they fear Jehovah, don't sign me. I don't beg for bread, I got the best baker. I'm so high, I look down on skyscrapers. He prepared the table before me in the presence of my enemy with like 19 with us. My face they show, my shoe they shine. Anybody we no like I'm go cover down. Hey, my face they show, my shoe they shine. Anybody we no like I go cover down. I said nobody.
Talk radio.
I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
This is what we've waited for. The showdown. The fastest men in the world.
Hearts racing.
One light, two lights. They're backing off and backing.
Pulse rising.
Who will come out on top? Who will take 3 lights, 4 lights. He's ready to be the star.
The anticipation.
Powerful, strong. Compact. Tyson get right. Hold all the way.
The heart stops. Catch the sports game on Sports Attack Mondays through Fridays 6:30 a.m. and today's Sport Live 3 to 4 p.m. and also on the weekends 1 to 6 p.m. Only on your premium sports radio. Today 95.1 FM.
My name is Gianni Infantino, FIFA president. For the best of sports, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Hello, my name is Kanu Wankweke Papilo. For the latest and trending sports stories, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, a good and wonderful afternoon to you, and welcome to a marathon edition of Today's Sports Live on your premium talk news and sports radio station today, 95.1 FM. You're listening to the voice of Henry Ogugo here with you this lovely Sunday afternoon, as we are here to delve into the world of sports to give you the latest happenings, discuss the latest topical things, and the things making the rounds and are debatable or are causing a lot of controversy in the world of sports. Yesterday being Sunday, February 16th. It's another day to be grateful to be here and also to do this with you from now to the 6 o'clock hour. Well, like I did mention earlier, my name is Harry Ogugo and I'm not alone in the studio. I've got the analyst here with me in the name of Ovie Wallace. Ovie, good afternoon and welcome.
Yes, good afternoon to you, Henry. Happy Sunday. It's nice to be here as usual talking about sports, especially from other scenes. The NBA, we've seen the All-Star games already. We've seen the first games. We saw the skill challenge yesterday. Wemby and Chris Paul did not know the rules for the skill challenge. They just got disqualified. Then it had to be given. The Cavs won it with Evan Mobley and the Spider, Donovan Mitchell. And then we also saw the 3-point contest. And I lost interest immediately. Damian Lillard got out, but Tyler Hero took it for the Heat. And then the highlight for yesterday, the dunk contest, and Mark Long. As usual, a three-peat for him. From the G League, you've seen this man. He has been doing it over time. The last two editions, you could say he was on a revived dunk contest, because you see the dunk contest is feeding. Even I look forward to 3-point contest more than I look forward to the dunk contest. But him and Stephen Castle actually put on something that was actually interesting, something that to actually watch. And I was here last night watching it, and the dunks just had me jumping out of my seat, shouting, "What? How?" But that's just the fun for the sport. And also we see tennis, Yannick Sinner getting suspended for some months. We'll look about that and talk about that. And also Tottenham versus Manchester United, what would have looked as a top of the table clash is now, or top half of the table clash is now bottom half of the table clash. Look how mighty they are.
Who gets more points to move further away from the relegation zone?
And both teams are already with injury transfers. Okay, maybe we'll look at that in a second. We'll look at that in a second. But I just say good afternoon to you and good afternoon to our sports fans.
Yeah, great to have you here on the show. And yes, there's a lot to actually look out for on the show this afternoon. We'll take a look at tennis. Yannick Sinner getting only a 3-month ban, and a lot of people are talking, from Daniel Medvedev to Nick Kyrgios to Stan Wawrinka, and I mean, that has actually caused an uproar. This man was found or caught doping. And at the end of the day, it's just a slap on the wrist. But Simona Halep and co, who had similar situations, they got banned for like 2 years. And, you know, asking yourself, is it your first sport? Or is it a sport that, I mean, yeah, is there, when you say fairness in the sports of tennis? Wawrinka was talking about that. So we'll take a look at that, take a look at boxing. And yes, so Daniel Dubois, Joseph Parker. There's also Francis Ngannou saying he wants to come back into boxing and is calling out Deontay Wilder. We will take a look at that. And as well, the NBA.
Now, money do you find?
You don't see him. And let's not forget that there is the small matter of the NBA All-Star. I watched the celebrity game. The celebrity.
Yeah, the celebrity. I think it was fun seeing Kai Cenat and Dresky, both of them playing. Also, Billy and the rest. It was fun.
It was actually interesting. Shabuzi was also part of that. And yeah, it was actually an interesting one to actually watch. So, I mean, we'll take a look at all that before we delve into the world of football from the European scene, then Nigerian football. Well, let's not forget that we are here because of you, and we do have the feedback platforms for you to be a part of the show this lovely afternoon. For the SMS and WhatsApp portal, the number is 0701 933 9962. 0701 933 9962. While for the phone lines, numbers are 0810 9510951, 0810 9510951, and 0817 0000951, 0817 0000951. So, ladies and gentlemen, take a seat, fasten your seatbelts, and let's get this show on the road.
My name is Gianni Infantino, FIFA president. For the best of sports, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Hello, my name is Kanu Wankweke Papilo. For the latest and trending sports stories, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
Okay, this is you Today Sports Live on your premium talk news and sports radio station Today 95.1 FM. Well, yes, there is a lot for us to talk about on the show this lovely afternoon. But before we do that, let's just take you on a small music break. So, yes, after this music break, we will be right back. So do not go anywhere. Today Sports Live will be right back to continue and delve into the actions for you. So, let's go.
Thought when I grew up I would be the same as the ones who gave me my last name. I would not give in, I would not partake in the same old drugs everyone else takes. I'm better than that, I'm better than that. I'm living my life so I go to heaven and never come back. But look who I'm at, look who I'm at. I'm living the life that I said I wouldn't and wanna go back. I used to call my mom every Sunday, so she knew her love wasn't far away. But now I'm over out in LA, 'cause I care more about what other people say. I used to not take chances with God's name, but it's been so long since I last prayed. And now I'm over, and my heart's changed, 'cause I care more about what other people say.
To the boy I knew from the constant hell I put him through. 'Cause I'm all grown up and I'm black and blue. I could use some tape, I could use some glue. I'm better than that, I'm better than that. I should be living my life so I go to heaven and never come back. I used to call my mom every Sunday, so she knew her love wasn't far away. But now I'm out in LA, 'cause I care more about what other people say. I used to not take chances with God's name, but it's been so long since I last prayed. And now I'm over, and my heart's changed, 'cause I care more about what other people say. 'Cause I care more
95.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
Yes, welcome back and thank you for staying with us. This is you Today Sports Live on your premium talk news and sports radio station. And now let's head into the thick of the action we have for you today on the show. Now let's start off from the world of tennis, where world number one Yannick Sinner will serve a 3-month ban from tennis after reaching an agreement with the World Anti-Doping Agency WADA following 2 positive drug tests in 2024. Now the Italian has accepted a period of ineligibility that suspends him from playing from February 9th until May 4th, meaning that he can return ahead of the next Grand Slam with the French Open starting on May 25th. Now the latest twist to the contentious case was almost immediately criticized on social media by 2022 Wimbledon finalist Nick Kyrgios, who said the perceived leniency of the agreement showed that fairness in tennis does not exist. Now, Sinner, who last month retained his Australian Open title to claim his 3rd Grand Slam triumph, tested positive in March 2024 for the anabolic steroid clostebol before being cleared in August by an independent tribunal who determined he was not to blame. Now, in the case presented by the International Tennis Integrity Agency, the tribunal accepted Sinner's explanation that the banned substance entered his body as a result of a massage from his physiotherapist, who used the spray containing the steroid to treat a cut on his finger. Well, after that, Sinner did split with his team as he did sack his head trainer, or he did subsequently fire his physio Giacomo Naldi and his trainer, Umberto Ferrara, who Sinner had said supplied Naldi with the over-the-counter spray. Now, but WADA, who previously said it was seeking a ban of between 1 to 2 years for Sinner, appealed against that decision to the Court of Arbitration of Sports in September, and a subsequent hearing has been set for April 16th and 17th. And in a statement released on Saturday, WADA explained that it continues to believe Sinner did not intend to cheat, but that he was responsible for his entourage's negligence. Now, if you're coming over to you, I know this is something we've talked about in the past on this show here. I mean, even last year we did get to look at it a bit, but I mean, now it's come up to the forefront again. Yannick Sinner found guilty of doping. Initially a slap on the wrist. Then the case was revisited. There will still be a hearing from the Court of Arbitration of Sports on April 16th and 17th. But now, you're talking about a 3-month ban only, as it was found guilty. You look at several scenarios or several cases in the past. You look at tennis, Simona Halep, one of the names that come to question. I mean, even in football or in sports of recent, Paul Pogba comes to mind, doesn't he?
Yeah.
So why is there a preferential treatment for this man? Because it's almost like the same incident. They're all complaining. Pogba said it was a over-the-drug over the counter supplement that was recommended that he bought. Now he's saying that it was an over the counter spray that was given to his physiotherapist, and that's what they used to treat a cut on his finger, and etc. And at the end of the day, we are here.
How would I really say? Would I really call it unfair treatment? For me, I feel it is both justified, because you're looking at the cases. This year we've already had the two number ones, or last year we had the two number ones. Then when it was Yannick Sinner and Igas Fiontek, we had both of them facing the cases. We saw Igas Fiontek getting banned for just a month. She was tested with trimetazidine. I don't know how to pronounce it, but she was tested positive in August, and she said it was from medications that she used for her sleep issues. She received a 1 month ban. She said it was unintentional. Same thing with Yannick Sinner. He deemed it unintentional, but WADA still said that he still has to take responsibility for the people around him and what they do administer to him and all. A 3-month ban, to me, do I feel because we know that it was meant to be initially a 1 or 2 year ban, and then the man was appealed. They appealed for reduction, and it was reduced to 2 years. But you're looking at the case of Simona Halep. For hers, it was a roxadustat. A roxadustat is a drug that stimulates red blood cells production. Now, for her, what makes her case different from the rest was she was found positive during a competition, a Grand Slam competition, unlike them that it was not during a main Grand Slam competition. They found her, she tested positive during the 2022 US Open. She said it was from a supplement. That was where she got it from, but it was still during the competition. So I think it will have much more severe cases than hers.
But should it matter, or should it be a point of concern whether it's during a tournament or not? Doping is doping, whether it's during a tournament or a major Grand Slam or not. Because I mean, even when a major Grand Slam isn't going on, there are ATP tours going on, and they are participating in this, be it ATP 500 or WTA 500 or 1000. They are still participating, are they not? So, I mean, does the fact that doping occurs during a Grand Slam or during the Olympics or during the ATP finals, does it mean that the punishment has to be more severe? It's like saying an athlete was found doping during normal random tests. The punishment should not be as steep as when he was found doping during the Olympic Games or during the World Athletics Championship.
Okay, now see, the WADA, when he tested positive for WADA, now WADA said that he didn't take it unintentionally, and they also said that he didn't provide any performance enhancing benefits that took place. So that means it didn't affect him throughout, or it didn't affect him for a tournament. Maybe it was during his free period. So they said, okay, let's call this man for testing, and they found the supplement in his body. And also, yes, you say it is wrong. Doping is doping. It shouldn't be looking at, okay, you took this, you took more drugs than me, I took this, I took that. But when it really comes to it, is when you go deep into the case and you find out if it's unintentional or intentional. But all the athletes always come out claiming it's unintentional, until proven right, until proven, and all of them have actually proven that it's actually unintentional. You look at the Simona Halep case in 2022, Maria Sharapova, same thing, 2 years. She tested positive in a Grand Slam competition, 2016 Australian Open, where she was unsure if she had been added to the ban list. She was tested for meldonium. So same thing with her. You also look at 2013 Victor Troicki, same thing, banned for 18 months, but later reduced to 12 months. It was in the 2013 Monte Carlo Masters. You might be saying that, is it unfair that they are looking at this world number ones, Iga Swiatek, and they're looking at Yannick Sinner? Is it for the money? Is it for dragging the fans? No, is it just to create a buzz around them? For me, I feel it's they follow a procedure, and the procedure has been followed. They've gone to court. They've proven themselves right, and the same WADA that is dishing out bans here and there, at the same time have dished out the punishment for Yannick Sinner and his 3-month ban. for me, when I first saw it, I looked at it that this might be shenanigans to keep this man fresh and healthy for the Roland Garros. Looking at it, because everybody's going to be competing in every competition. There's no how Carlos Alcaraz is going to take a rest. He does not want to be rusty and all. But that does not mean that if Yannick Sinner is banned, he cannot be there warming up. He cannot be there going through drills and training with his coaches and all. So I first thought that this might be shenanigans to just keep this man fresh for the Roland Garros, and it still plays at the back of my mind that is what is going on. But I'm just trying to look at it as from the aspect of the procedures and the rules that actually follow, and what has actually gone and what has actually happened, the procedure that has been followed, and they've gone through the right channel. And those right channels have already deemed it unintentional. They did say that it didn't affect him whatsoever. It didn't affect his performance whatsoever. So that means they just found drug substance in his body, but they didn't give him a boost. No, it didn't give him a boost. So maybe that 3 months ban, to me, I feel it is still okay. Maybe looking at how the case had dragged from 2024 till now. For the case of Iga, same thing to sleeping medications and all. For Simona Halep, it was straight up during a competition, and it did enhance her performance during the competition. So of course it's going to receive more stricter rules or strict punishment than what the other ones will feel. So for me, I do feel that it is fair, or it is balanced, looking at what has been brought to the table and what has actually been proven and what has been kept in the dark. But as humans, we will always have two minds and always be judgmental and looking at it that there's something going, there's shenanigans going on, and that is still playing at the back of my mind. But I am still looking at what has been given to us.
Okay, we also have Blessing Thompson in the studio here with us. Blessing, good afternoon and welcome.
Good afternoon to you, Henry. Good afternoon, Ovi. Good afternoon, Port Harcourt.
Okay, now let's stick to still talking about the Sinner issue. Now, his lawyer, Jamie Singer, did say that the Italian team should bear the responsibility for the mistakes that led to his failed drug tests. Now, we all know what has happened as regards Giacomo Naudi and Sinner and the ITIA and the 3 months ban. And his lawyer did say WADA has confirmed the facts determined by the independent tribunal, that it's clear that Yannick had no intent, no knowledge, and gained no competitive advantage. Regrettably, errors made by members of his team led to this situation. Now, WADA said it had entered into a settlement agreement with Sinner under provision 10.8.2 in its code. Now, a spokesperson said, and I quote, "This provision was introduced to the code in 2021, and since then it has been used dozens of times for cases with exceptional circumstances such as this one." Now, given that there are many thousands of cases, it's not used that often, and this is the exception rather than the rule, but there has been plenty of precedent for this. Ultimately, in the case, 3 months represents a fair outcome under the specific circumstances. Now, you look at this, you look at what was actually put out, the statement, bias, no bias. But I mean, you think, first off, this is a fair judgment meted out to Yannick Sinner, and you think this is something that will probably linger over the man's head for a while now, because you're looking at fellow competitors, fellow tennis players and athletes, and even onlookers looking at this man going on to win Grand Slams, and you're like, he's the establishment boy. He just got a slap on the wrist because everyone likes him. At the end of the day, there's a bias or there's a sort of favor that is meted out or given, or you say so, loopholes created for people like or someone like Yannick Sinner in the system. Now, do you think that would be a problem for the man going forward? And it creates that notion that, man, you might not actually be as good as you are, or good enough. You've doped and you somehow found a way to get away with it. So why probably wouldn't we think that you're doping at this point in time?
No, but seriously, it's going to put the taint on the reputation of Yannick Sinner. Just like you said earlier, Paul Pogba would be looking at this and be like, is it not the same doping that I was also found guilty of? You can argue, or Yannick Sinner and his team would argue that it was not intentional, it was through a court, that the people around him that has the fault. But I mean, he cannot always look at the people around him, but he's an athlete, he's a sportsman rather. He's a sportsman, and he's somehow responsible for what goes into his body. It would put a taint on the sports. I mean, just last year, Iga Swiatek also had this case, and it was a 1 month ban that was placed on her. Now we are seeing another world number one, Yannick Sinner, and it's just a 3 month ban. I heard it was supposed to be a 2 years something, but
and he'll still be available for Roland Garros at the end of the day.
Yes. So people would think this is bringing many controversies. Just how many months he will be available for the next tournament, Roland Garros. It will bring different controversies.
Okay. Now, still sticking or coming over to you this time, Ovie. Now, a lot of people have been talking. Nick Kyrgios, expect Kyrgios.
I was so happy when this man got knocked out of the Australia Open, because Nick Kyrgios has been talking and talking. When you said that, just keep my mind was Nick Kyrgios. The man was talking. He
said it's a sad day for tennis and that there's no fairness in the sport.
Baba should go and win Grand Slam
So
first.
I mean, he posted on his X handle and he said, so Wada came out and said it would be a 1 to 2 year ban. Obviously, Sinner's team have done everything in their power to just go ahead and take a 3-month ban. No title loss, no prize money lost. Guilty or not, sad day for tennis. Fairness in tennis does not exist.
There was prize money lost. The Indian Wells where he was found guilty of it, they took the prize money from him.
But that's just the Indian Wells.
He lost his ranking points from it.
But that's just the Indian Wells.
It's just the Indian Wells. $325,000. You lose $325,000. I think that is
he's made
big.
more from the 3 Grand Slam wins will cover up for that.
That is big. They will give it to the next person. If the next person is, let's say, someone that is being ranked in the 30th or 40th ranking, I'm sure that 325 is going to go far for the person. And then again, he's also going to miss 4 Grand Slams, 1,000 events for that. He's going to miss the Monte Carlo Masters. I think he's going to be back for Rome and the rest. So those are 1,000 effects that are going to affect the rankings also.
But let's leave the rankings. He could probably make up for the rankings between now and the end of the season, win 2 Grand Slams, and he's probably shut himself up in the rankings.
Yeah.
So, I mean, is the man really suffering anything? Because, I mean, even a lot of people are talking. South Africa is one that he's not really that much of a vocal character, but the man had to come out and he said, I don't believe it's a clean sport anymore. Because you're seeing things like this happen. You look at what happened to Iga last year. You're looking at Yannick this year as well. So, I mean, doesn't that paint the narrative that there's some sort of bias at the end of the day?
I don't know about bias. I have said they've gone through the right channels.
Or maybe we need stiffer punishments now.
Stiffer punishment. What's stiffer punishment? This man was meant to go 1 or 2 years ban. They actually proved that, or they actually proved that it was unintentional, and they went for an appeal. And the same word additional punishment took the appeal. It's not like the rest. The rest had an appeal, and there's you could even say that it was even reduced. Look at Simona Halep. She was banned for 4 years. It was later reduced to 9 years by CAS. So what are we talking about? And same thing, she was found during the 2022 US Open, and it did affect her performance. Unlike Yannick Sinner, where they say it didn't affect his performance or it didn't improve his performance whatsoever in the tournament. So,
but this one
Wada came out saying that
but you know the court of arbitration of sports has not been certain. This was a negotiation. It's not like Halep was due to CAS.
Yes,
it was CAS giving the verdict. Now this one is, I can't meet you, the International Tennis Integrity Agency, and we sit down and we negotiate a deal for a 3-month ban. So it's not like Halep's case is necessarily similar.
Halep's case is not necessarily similar. For his case now, yes, you said it's a negotiation. He was going to be banned. That's the thing. He was found. They found things that you say doping, things that doping substances in his blood. They found doping substances in his blood, and that was what and that was what was going to get him banned, 1 or 2 years. This man had an appeal. You might use the word negotiation, but I said
they said this was a negotiation. Even the statement showed that it was.
The statement says a negotiation, but that's what an appeal is. Yeah, you're coming and saying, "How far? I cannot do this. Give me
no
this."
appeal
word.
is revisit my case. Look at my case. There's new evidence in light. So look at it. It's not a negotiation.
Okay. So whether we like it or not, you cannot rule out the possibility of a bias in this case. There is nothing you can say. You cannot rule out the possibility of a bias in this case. I just feel like I should take responsibility.
I rule out everything.
No,
for me, I do not feel that this is being biased at all. I feel that it has been brought to the table, it has been brought to the court, and the man has been proven not less guilty. Less guilty.
Okay, now so it's not. So it's less guilty now.
He's guilty. No, he's guilty. All of them are. As long as if he wasn't guilty, then we won't be hearing this case at all. But he is guilty of doping. Now, how severe is it?
Is there a severity? Doping is doping. Does there have to be a severity around?
In tennis, there is now. With the way we are seeing it now. So that means there's a severity of what or how it affected you, how it affected the fellow to the tournaments you've had so far. Maybe you won that tournament. Maybe you reached this stage. Maybe it affected your performance and all. But then again, with the way Yannick does play, you might even say this man dopes with the way he plays. But we've seen it so far. You might say it might be, but the way this man plays, it's just that good. I don't know if Nick Kyrgios was at least half as good as Yannick Sinner. I don't think there'll be any problems on his side, but a man just can't just take it that and a young lad is upping him. So of course I can understand Wawrinka, but for me I feel
Wawrinka is a total Grand Slam champion.
I can understand Wawrinka. He can back it up. He can back it up that he has gone through the torso and Bosso just to get those 2 Grand Slams. Not to get to the Grand Slam. Then you're looking at this man that he has 3 Grand Slams. He was the first time they found him they found him doping. They suspended him. I think after they suspended him, that was when he now won the US Open and won this Australian Open. So some are still looking at that. Some are still questioning it. And we saw the beginning of the Australian Open. Nick Kyrgios was someone that was very, very vocal about that during his press conferences. And he was like, if he should meet Yannick Sinner, he was going to deal with Yannick Sinner. He's going to beat Yannick Sinner, and but at the end of the day, this man going off that ball. But for me, I feel that all the evidence have been brought to the table, and they've actually been proving what is what. You're looking at the different cases now. It's looking at Simona Halep. It was the 2022 US Open, and she was meant to be banned for 4 years. Now she said she accused the ITA of unfair treatment, citing inconsistencies in the ruling. Yannick Sinner too, same thing. Maybe it was just a critic saying that or accusing WADA of inconsistency in judging him. But the cases have been brought to the table. Yannick Sinner has been proven, or he has appealed, or he has negotiated for a 3 month suspension. I don't know if I still feel the case is going to still be revisited. With the way it's still going to be revisited, so it's still going to be possible that more punishment might be doled out on him, or it's still possible that this man might still go away scot-free and all. But is there unfairness? I don't think there. To me, everything is fair, as in everything is fair in life. Love, war, money, life. As long as you've proven, because what would they call fair? They brought this man after, bring your lawyer, defend yourself. What was not? What is this? What is that? And if it wasn't fair, they would have given this man no chance to defend himself and say, Hafa, about straight up ban. Your lawyers will not care about them, but they gave this man a fair chance to defend himself, and he did it, and he won, and all no shenanigans going on and all. So the case was brought to the table. The man went with the most appropriate punishment according to WADA. The most appropriate punishment, a 3-month suspension. Same thing with Iga Swiatek last year. During August, she tested positive for medication she said she took she took for her sleep issues. So I think that is even less, because I think she did prove it that she was having problems sleeping, and they did prove it. So a 1 month suspension was okay because it was unintentional and I need my sleep.
Okay, so that means if I have back pains, I take something. I mean, because you can look at the past. Kolo Toure was it back pains or headaches? He accidentally took his wife's his wife's painkillers for her menstrual pains and all that, and it contained a bad substance, and the man was banned for about a year plus. Mamadou Sakho, almost a similar situation, banned. But I mean, so if we are looking at people in the past, both from tennis and other sports, why does Sina and Iga have to be different? I mean, she was complaining about sleeping. People have been complaining about sleeping. They took something, contained a banned substance, and they faced the punishment for a year or two. Now, Daniel Medvedev also came out to talk. He said he is hoping that Sina's deal with the anti-doping agency will set a precedent going forward for other players and allow them to negotiate lesser sentences. It has started. Now, Medvedev said that everyone should be given the freedom to talk to WADA if they are caught in such situations. Now, the Russian said it would be strange if the rest are not allowed to do the same, and Sina is given an opportunity. Now, Medvedev said, and I quote, "I hope that from now on, everyone can talk to WADA, and if they tell you, we found this, it's been 2 years, you answer, no, I want 1 month. I hope it will set a precedent, otherwise it will be strange." Now, the man also went on to say that all the players should be given the right to represent themselves, and would be a bad look for tennis if Sina's case is an exception. I hope that everyone will have the right to represent themselves, because sometimes some people don't have the money for a lawyer. He does himself, and maybe he, that is Sina, will have. I don't know if he reads the contract or the rules. Maybe he has the same possibilities. So it's the only thing that I hope, because it's a bad signal if it's only him that can do this, but it's very good signal if after that everyone can do this. Okay, I know you want to talk, but let me come over to Blessing as regards for. I mean, Medvedev has said it all. I mean, so if you can negotiate, well, I'll tell these players now, why don't we go and negotiate ourselves? Why don't you give us the same rights or leeway or the same, will you say, privileges you've given to Daniel Medvedev? So it says the president that I can wake up one day and just say, I want to dope. So I give one flimsy excuse. We create a scenario whereby the excuse can be given for the doping. Then I go and negotiate my 1 month ban or 2 month ban. But last, I've gotten what I wanted at the end of the day.
Like I said earlier, there is always a possibility of bias in this case. Like, how was the negotiation even possible in the first place? How was it possible that Yannick Sinner went to negotiate? It's not even about different results for different players. It's the lack of transparency, the lack of consistency, that if this happens to this person, another person is not the same thing. So the lack of consistency in this thing, the different results for different players, is what is bringing the bias. If it's like, for example, what happened to this person, Iga Swiatek. Okay, Iga Swiatek on is even different. So what has been happening to other athletes, other players, both in other sports and tennis, if it was the same results, the same consistency, maybe the bias would have not come out. But the different results for different players, the lack of consistency, the lack of transparency, that is just what is bringing out the bias. And it is not something that will say, bias will not come out. No, the bias will come out.
Okay. So, I mean, Ovie, let's start negotiating. Let people represent themselves. I mean, it's like you're opening a can of worms, because you've done something now. So if you go and do something else or different in the future, in another case, it's like double standard.
Yes, like double standard. So what they've done now should be going on. Maybe people didn't know that you could negotiate, or maybe they were the first people that said, "Alpha, let's try and negotiate," and let's negotiate. So, following suit or following further or more cases later, there is going to be negotiations, and they must be negotiations, because when you look back at it, people are still they're going to call this to question, and they're going to call Yannick Sinner and his whole attorneys, lawyers, and all. They're going to call them to question, and also WADA could face big repercussions if they do not follow suit how they've done with Sinner. But we talked about it being WADA and the Simona Halep case being cast. Now, let me just go back to a case in 2009 which involved Richard Gasquet. Same thing, 2009. This man was found of cocaine. Now, they said that he tested positive in 2009, claiming contamination from a kiss at a nightclub. Now, normally, it was initially banned for 1 year, but CAS reduced it to 6 weeks for cocaine. So I feel that it's just everybody was given a fair chance at defending themselves, and Yannick Sinner had a fair chance at defending himself. He did it, and he got the negotiation, and it was reduced to the 3 months that we see now. More, or this is not the final, or this is not the end of the case as we know of it. This is just they're still going to look more into this case, and also we're going to see how it's going to play on later on in the following years or in the coming competitions. I know, but for me, everybody must be given a fair chance at defending themselves, and everybody is already given a fair chance at defending themselves. Now, if you can prove yourself right or prove yourself wrong at what you can do. Same thing with football. They were given a fair chance at defending themselves. Pogba was given a fair chance at defending himself. Maybe now that it's reduced, you say on good behavior that it was reduced, and or for a parole or something like parole, and all it was reduced. But everybody in sport, they are given a fair chance, unless you're actually caught, or there are actually video evidences showing, audio evidences showing you maybe buying that substance intentionally, or video evidence showing you taking that substance. I don't think there's any way to defend yourself in those cases. You cannot say that was my twin brother. I cannot say that was AI. In fact, you cannot say that was AI, because the way AI is these days, they are practically impersonating anybody. So, but as long as it's not those cases, I believe that everybody has the right to defend themselves, and he has gone through the right channels, he has gone through those right procedure, and he has been found, or he has been given the appropriate punishment according to WADA. Maybe when the arbitration of sports put your hand into this case, and who knows, it might even be less, or they might even say maybe you're just banned from the sport or suspended from the sport for a month or so. Maybe they might even give him a few weeks, and or they might even say, okay, you're just paying this fine, and or so it depends on the punishment they're going to give you, but they are going to give you punishment as long as that substance is found in your body, unintentionally in your body. Because even if it's intentionally, they're going to find evidence to say it's intentionally, because at the end of the day, if there's nothing proving that you took it intentionally, everybody's going to claim it was unintentional. And Yannick Sinner has come out saying it was unintentional, and the WADA has come out saying that he didn't cheat intentionally, and it didn't affect him intentionally. It didn't affect him intentionally. He was given a chance to prove himself wrong, and he has gone through the right channel. So for me, I do not feel that this is unfair. He went through the whole fairness stuff. I know everybody gets judged different. No man on earth is equal. Every man on earth is not born equal. You have to go through the right procedures. But so far so good. We'll see how it's going to play later on in the following or in the coming competitions. I don't know how it's going to affect his morale and all, because it doesn't look like as if it's affecting this man's morale. We thought it affected the doping case still hanging in the balance, but the man still came and still won the Australian Open, and now that he's possibly giving this 3-month rest, because at the back of my head it still looks like that to me, a 3-month rest for the Roland Garros, knowing that is basically Carlos Alcaraz competition, or that's Carlos Alcaraz stuff, and you want to be at the top of your game. You know that Novak Djokovic is going to be playing the 1,000, the ATP 1,000, maybe 500 events, shuffling through them to see to get back in shape. Same thing with Carlos Alcaraz, shuffling through the events to get back in shape, and the rest, Medvedev, Fritz, and the rest trying to get into shape to be able to win that competition. And then you're looking at, or if you just come and win that the tournament, people are going to say he already had 3 months to rest. I know, and he didn't do this, he didn't do that, he didn't do this. But for me, I think all this was fair.
Okay, now do you think, this sets, will you say that there's that fear of a ripple effect of players trying to see if they can test, or at least trying to see if they can test the waters now?
No.
What has happened with Yannick Sinner? Maybe people want to be more daring, maybe take the risk and probably see if they can negotiate now. Because this has set the precedent, and it's just like tax laws.
Yeah.
People have made it so easy, especially the super rich. They don't pay taxes. They find ways to beat the tax. They find ways to avoid tax avoidance. It's not illegal.
Yeah.
It's not right, but it's not illegal at the same time.
Yeah.
So, do you think now people could start using this as a loophole to start being more daring to do certain things, or not get the huge amount of punishments they should probably get?
Do you know why the poor or the rest taxes and the rich are be able to break that yoke? Is, as I said, it's all men are not born equal. Everybody is born separate. Everybody is born different. What you would do and get a bypass, they might do it and people will look at them, or what you would do and they will hold you down, or put you in jail, put you in cuffs, and all. They might do it and they have they might do it, or they have a chance to defend themselves and they go scot-free, and also nobody is born equal. You might be looking at, let me test the waters, but everybody, they run almost at the end of every event, or they might even just surprise you after 2 events. They run a doping case, or they might even just call you out the way you're performing after come. Let's run a doping case. Same thing you see in athletics. You see an athlete, maybe his last 2 races, or maybe during the last 2 heats, we saw this man lagging behind, and then he was able to just go through the final race, skill through the final race, through the heat, just by the skin of his teeth. And then during the final race, we see this man as if the spirit of Usain Bolt has come upon him and start beating everybody. They'll call this man at the end of even if they didn't want to conduct a doping test that day. With that kind of performance, a doping test will have to be contained. I cannot remember which footballer. I've forgotten that. After the match, they called them. After like 2 or 3 matches, they called them to for doping cases. I can't remember the case, but after like back-to-back matches, they called them for doping for doping tests, and they were found negative. So same thing. I don't think everybody will now say that they now have the goals to now say, okay, let's see what we can do. They may be curious to say, I try. I want to go. Why am I waiting no good? Like 6 months, or maybe like a year ban if he does prove himself, or if he does get caught in the act, that is going to be detrimental for his career. Or anybody that does, if they do get caught, it's going to be detrimental in their career. I'm not saying that you can't do it. It is wrong. Yes, it is wrong. But at the end of the day, if I don't want to come here and start supporting something that is evil, but that is just the way the world works. That's the way the world works. There are people that do evil things, there are people that do bad things, and they are able to go out because they went through the right channels to be able to free themselves, or they went through the underhanded method to be able to free themselves. But that is the way life works for me. So if we see people in the 40, rank 40 below, or maybe ranked 10 below, start doing this, or say, okay, let's try and see. Then let me just take the substance before they are going to be tested, and there is going to be cases carried out. And if they cannot prove themselves right, it's going to be detrimental for them. They're going to receive a very severe punishment. And if it does start becoming a trend, of course, other cars are going to catch on. they are going to catch on that. Everybody is and they're going to catch on. They're still going to give you the right to stay because it is fair. They have to give you the right to still defend yourself, but they will make sure that maybe the punishments though that are actually more severe, even if it's just for the least. Maybe they might give you at least 3 months suspension. This is not an avenue for testing the waters, but some people still not go hear what they will still go to on.
Okay, and quickly, Blessing, let me come over to you now. It's just like when the match fixing scandal happened in tennis, then there was now like this onslaught and more eyes on it. So several years back, Novak Djokovic and Roger Federer did come out and say that for a sport as grueling as tennis, they just don't do enough testing. Now, one of the excuses Ovie did mention probably the fact that it wasn't during a major tournament, the Grand Slam and all that. Maybe that's why it wasn't as hard like Simona Halep's own was. Now, do you think maybe more testing needs to be done or carried out in tennis, that and probably more athletes or more tennis players are actually doping, and maybe we could end up cleaning the sports more or cleaning it better, and maybe more superstars could be caught in the act in major Grand Slams as well? So do you think more or regular doping needs to be done or brought into tennis? Testing, not doping actually, more testing.
We can bring more testing into the sports. Yeah, like Ovie said earlier, why maybe an excuse why Yannick Sinner's case was not that hard was because it was not during a major tournament. If it was during a major tournament, trust me, this trouble that the case is stirring up now is going to be worse, or it was going to be worse if it was during a major tournament. And then maybe he won that tournament. You see people coming now with things like he was doping and he won a tournament. You know, all those crazy facts are going to be, ideas are going to be coming up. As for tennis bringing more testing, well, it's a sport. It's a sport, and we would have athletes coming with drugs or anything. It is possible. So maybe the tennis organization can actually bring in more testing.
Okay, 0701-933-9962, 0701-933-9962. That's for the SMS and WhatsApp portal, and you can send your thoughts to that one. While for the phone lines, the numbers are 0817-0000951, 0817-0000951, and 0810-9510951, 0810-9510951. Phone lines are open for you to call in and air your thoughts on what we've discussed. Tennis, Yannick Sinner only getting a 3 months ban after being found guilty of doping. Well, there's still a case with the Court of Arbitration for Sports that will be held on 16th and 17th of April. But I mean, a lot of people have come out to complain. Nick Kyrgios, Stan Wawrinka, Daniel Medvedev. Hello, caller. Good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. This sounds like Rooney Evans.
Rooney Evans, blessing, good afternoon.
She greets you as well. Please go ahead.
No the answer for her. Just the answer for her. Henry.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody has something to tell us why Yannick Sinner shouldn't be given up to 2 years ban. But then I think we sports lovers, we understand. I mean, there's a reason why Man City all this while have been able to be given the sanction that they have been alleged of. But Everton within a period of short time have been given their sanction, and they couldn't do anything about it than to do whatever it was sanctioned for them to do. So for me, I want to believe that it is just the normal thing. It is just the normal thing that has been happening in the sport. They just have special people that they have to treat specially, because Yannick Sinner is just one of those that, when it comes to their baseline of sport, you can't take him away from the sport. If you take him away from the sport, you make the sport so boring. So for me, I think because of who Yannick Sinner is, so they can't do away with Yannick Sinner. They just have to find a way to put him there. But then if it happens to another person, we would still understand. If it can happen to Man, Why not Yannick Sinner? Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for your thoughts there, Rooney Evans. Do well to keep the calls coming in as the phone lines are opening. Open, beg your pardon, 0817-0000951 and 0810-9510951. Yannick Sinner. I mean, do you think this was some sort of bias and the man got some leverage because of he is who he is? I mean, but you're like, some people will be asking, who is Yannick Sinner? Just 3 Grand Slam titles. There enough, but it looks like the next big thing in the world of tennis. Hello, caller. Good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Name and location.
Yeah, I'm calling from Goku. My name is Blossom. You people should discuss this issue quick now. You are using how many hours to rigmarole over issue, saying what you have said before. It's not really good. And you people should just do and pass this.
Okay. Thank you so much for your thoughts there. Do well to keep the calls coming in. The phone lines are open, or you can send your thoughts to the SMS and WhatsApp portal, and that one is 0701-933-9962, 0701-933-9962. Yes, and we will be getting ready to go into boxing, and also we will talk about the NBA All-Star Game and what to expect today, as we will be having Team LeBron against Team... So, I mean... promises to be exciting. You will keep your eyes glued to your TV to watch that. 10817-0000951 and 0810-9510951. Phone lines are open, but from there, let's head over to boxing. Now let's head over to the world of boxing as we are talking about Francis Ngannou. Well, the man is keen to see how his power measures up against Deontay Wilder in the boxing ring as he aims to make a return to the sport. Now, despite signing for the PFL almost 2 years ago, the Predator has fought just once in the smart cage. Now, the Cameroon native has seemingly fallen in love with the sport of boxing, and if he gets his wish, he will be competing in his third bout inside the squared circle since leaving the UFC 3 times as many fights as he has in mixed martial arts during that time. Now, reports of a meeting between Francis Ngannou and Deontay Wilder inside the boxing ring have persisted for several years, and the two titans have teased a potential matchup for some time, and it now looks like the former UFC heavyweight king is ready to make those rumors reality. As he said, and I quote, "I will do boxing next. I want to. I'm not done with boxing. It's not that MMA is easy. It's the sport that I understand better and I have more experience in, but I say go for boxing." Well, we also have Victor Israeli with us here in the studio this afternoon. Victor, good afternoon and welcome.
Good afternoon to you, Henry. Good afternoon to the guys in the studio. Good afternoon to sport lovers out there. It's always nice being here on a Sunday afternoon. For those that went to church, for those that didn't go to church, it's always nice to be here to talk about sports, not just the round leather game, but also other sports. We've also listened to the tennis issue between Yannick Sinner and the doping matters there. Now it's about time to talk about boxing there. So it's always nice to be here to talk about sports.
Okay, now let's look at Francis Ngannou and him coming back to boxing. I mean, people have always been complaining or talked about the fact that they are not really fans, or some people, they're not really fans of these crossover fighters from UFC to boxing. And at the end of the day, Ngannou came in that will you say that bout against Tyson Fury, the exhibition bout, and yes, he did lose, but he did knock Fury to the ground, and it made people believe that this man had a future in the world of boxing. But coming up against Anthony Joshua is like he was brought down to Mother Earth and brought back to reality. But I mean, the man isn't giving up on the sport. Yes, it's a huge shift from mixed martial arts down to boxing. We've seen some people try before, Conor McGregor in the past and co. So, I mean, first off, we saw these two bouts. Some people will say they were against two heavyweights. So you might really not really want to judge him based on the results or what actually happened in those bouts. But, I mean, do you think Ngannou is someone you're looking at what the man has to offer, seeing what he's done in the UFC, maybe take away the fact that he can use his leg now on the boxing ring. But do you think this man has something to offer and can go far in the world of boxing?
Yeah, the man can actually still offer something in the world of boxing. We've seen what the man has been doing. His return to boxing there, I think, is a welcome development when it comes to boxing. We've seen this man put up good fights. We've seen him fight with men that going into the fight he's always maybe seem to be the underdog, but he still puts up a good fight, though not every time he gets to get the victory, but we've seen him emphasis on his confidence. When it comes to confidence, punching power and everything, this man can give you on the day he wants to give you his A game, he can put up a very good fight for the opponent. So I think he can still offer something there to the world of boxing, not minding the fact that nowadays you get to see fantastic boxers already, that you can even say Francis Ngannou is no match for most of them, but the man can still give you 100% what the remarkable boxers, the likes of Muhammad Ali, the likes of Tyson Fury and others can actually give you. So the man is still very much good to go in the world of boxing.
Okay, now, if you're coming over to you, you're looking at potentially calling out Deontay Wilder. Now, we all know Deontay Wilder, the bronze bomber. We all know the man's strength, the fact that he loves to knock out his opponents. Yeah, the last two fights didn't go as planned. The Joseph Parker, Zhili Zhang, and those two losses in Riyadh didn't help Deontay Wilder's career or didn't help his cause at this point in time. But, I mean, going into it, Ngannou said he can hit, yes, but I too can hit. So I believe I can knock him out. So, I mean, is it in what case, or do you think, first off, the Ngannou Deontay Wilder bout will be one people will want to see? Two, do you think it's too high profile for Ngannou coming back into the world of boxing again? Maybe go for something smaller, something, or an opponent, a lesser opponent that you feel you can make light work of and build your way up the ladder and build your confidence, and you say get more familiar and have more familiarity with the rudiments of boxing and with the shenanigans that comes with the sport. Although you might want to say there might really not be that much of a difference between it and mixed martial arts. And also, do you buy into his narrative that he probably has it in him to knock out Deontay Wilder?
First of all, is Ngannou coming back for an exhibition, or is he coming back into boxing to stay in boxing?
He wants to stay in boxing. It's sounding like he wants to stay
in boxing. He
wants
wants to stay in boxing. It's not Deontay Wilder you go and fight.
Okay. I mean, some people say it's a washed-up Wilder.
It's a washed-up Wilder. We all thought it was a washed-up Anthony Joshua when Anthony Joshua knocked him out, and people are even still saying that it was a washed-out Anthony Joshua for that fact. People still believe it was actually washed-out Anthony Joshua, and Joshua just used him to just get the hype. And even the fight against Tyson Fury, I know, yes, the man knocked out Tyson Fury. I know people were still saying that the fight could have gone either way. I know maybe it was just first time as luck, and it's normal. Tyson Fury, the man is always going to just play with his opponent, and he just likes to do that, those shenanigans in the squared circle. But coming back into boxing, yeah, as you said, it's different from mixed martial arts. Well, I've always considered mixed martial arts very, very more dangerous than boxing, because I'm the kind of person that I prefer using both my hands and my feet, my hand and my feet and my legs, every part of my body. But you only see yes, boxing, it's just the hand, but the footwork matters and all. And boxers are much more heavier hitters than mixed martial arts. So yes, you might have that punch, but I don't think it will compare to, or to be compared to what Deontay Wilder will give you, what Tyson Fury will give you, what maybe even Alexander Usyk would even give you. Or then start bringing on the whole heavy hitters of the game. You might have that punch power, but I don't believe will have the techniques and the rest to be able to go up against someone as seasoned as Deontay Wilder. He might be washed up and all. Those two last fights might not have gone his way. It might not have gone his way, but I don't believe that coming into a big fight against, yes, you when after that fight with Tyson Fury and Joshua, we saw the rankings. I don't know who released the rankings. Was it WBA or I don't know who released the rankings that they put him in the top 10 or the top 5 or top 5 top 5 strongest boxers or top 5 strongest. I can't remember the ranking, but I still feel that was too far-fetched, looking at someone that has not done anything in boxing to be able to get that kind of ranking, in my opinion. And you're looking at someone as seasoned as Deontay Wilder. It's not going to happen. It's not going to work. You're coming to this fight. Find someone that is small. Start small. Build yourself small. You might say, I don't have age on my side. I'm trying to go for the big fight fast. So maybe I can get the title. I can get a shot at the belt and cement my name in the world of boxing. But that's not how it works. These people, they have not been doing these things, or they didn't come into the sport and they just got a stroke of luck and they got the interim, and then from the interim they got a chance to become a champion, and then from there started gathering belts before they say they want to become undisputed. And no, it's a process. They've gone through it all, and we've seen people like we saw Conor McGregor coming into boxing. It didn't work out for him. It didn't work out for him. Same thing. If these boxers do go to or do crossover to mixed martial arts, it's not going to be the same for them. They are going to be overpowered. They're going to be outsmarted because they do not know how the octagon works. And the same thing, Francis Ngannou does not know how the squared ring works. He does not have the footwork. He does not have the speed. He might have the power, but that is not going to take you, or that's going to take you just so far in the world of boxing. So start small, start little. Do I believe he can knock out Deontay Wilder? No, I do not believe he can knock out Deontay Wilder. He might knock him down, but knock him out is not possible.
Okay, so Francis Ngannou making a return to the world of boxing. What are we to expect from this man, as he has called out Deontay Wilder? But no, I mean, do you think this is a fight that will carry as much verve, or will you say buzz around it, if it does see the light of day?
No, it won't. I think people press into two retired boxers in Anthony Joshua. If Anthony Joshua does retire, Anthony Joshua and Tyson Fury fight than seeing Francis Ngannou. I think the buzz already died down when he fought Tyson Fury and Anthony Joshua. Yes, we've already seen what you can do in boxing. Oyana, you won't come, Abi you won't stay. Oyana, you won't come, Oyana. Stay, fight what you want fight. Let's see how you're doing, or let's see how you're going to do. And if it's Deontay Wilder, I'm not even looking at that as a main event. Maybe I'm looking at it as a mid-card fight, or maybe it will be a mid-card fight because of the prestige of both fighters in their various sports. And you have to look at the bronze bomber and maybe the baddest man on the planet, the baddest man on the planet. So the weight they carry behind their names will fit for an undercard, but it depends on who is also in that card, or who's going to be in that event, to be able to know if they're going to be part of the main event. Maybe there might be two main events, or maybe just one. If it's one and there are other bigger fighters like Tyson Fury there, Alexander Usyk there, Anthony Joshua there, those are people that are going to headline that event. So for me, this is not going to carry as much buzz as it would have been back there. So the money, it's going to be good money for both boxers. It's going to be good money for both boxers, but for that weight and that fame, I don't know if maybe the promoters, I don't know how they're going to hype it for it to get there, but if it's possible, they might still be able to do it.
Okay, so I mean, from there, let's head over to talk about the Daniel Dubois and Joseph Parker bouts that will be coming on the 22nd of February. Okay, now it's time for us to talk about Daniel Dubois and Joseph Parker. Now, IBF heavyweight champion Daniel Dubois is predicting a knockout finish to his world title defense against Joseph Parker. Now, Dubois and Parker meet on the fight card of the century on February 22nd in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Yes, it will be headlined by the undisputed light heavyweight title rematch between Artur Beterbiev and Dimitri Bivol. Now, this will be Dubois' first fight since his explosive fifth-round knockout win over Anthony Joshua in September, and Dynamite is eager to make his mark on the rest of his division. Now, his opponent Parker is a worthy foe and has become one of the best fighters in the heavyweight division. Now, under head trainer Andy Lee, Parker has rebuilt his career following a knockout loss 3 years ago to Joe Joyce, with notable wins over Deontay Wilder and Zhili Zhang, now putting him in this position to potentially become a two-time world heavyweight champion. Speaking to DAZN ahead of the showdown with Parker, Dubois is adamant that he will not let go of his title and is wanting to produce another memorable finish. Now, Dubois said, and I quote, "It's up to me to show him now that he's not going to take my title like that. I've worked too hard for this and he's not going to be the guy. I'm dead set on that and proving him wrong with a stoppage. That's how I feel." Well, Parker has also been speaking ahead of that bout, and he said he's just another fighter and probably ready to disrupt plans again as he eyes his redemption. Yeah, so that bout will actually take place on February 22nd. That is next weekend. Actually, we'll get to see that one in Riyadh. But I mean, these two men are coming head to head against each other, and yes, the belts or the IBF heavyweight belt is also on the line. And there are also talks of Alexander Usyk eyeing a match against the winner, or probably looking at a potential bout against the winner of that clash. Now, Joseph Parker, Daniel Dubois, Ovier. We've seen Daniel Dubois. We saw what the man did to Anthony Joshua. It was like a whitewashing. 5 rounds, took Joshua to the cleaners, and the rest, they say, is history. Yes, this rest, they say, is history. And you're looking at Joseph Parker's record: 38 bouts, 35 victories, and 3 losses. 23 of those victories actually coming through knockouts. And for Dubois, it's 24 bouts, 22 victories, and 2 losses. No draw, and 21 of those victories have come through knockouts. So you're talking about two men that know how to knock out. Although for Dubois, the percentage rate is high, way higher than what Joseph Parker actually has to offer. Now, first of all, let's look at Parker before we get to talk about Dubois. Now, Parker is coming from a place whereby a lot of people thought this man was done and dusted, especially what happened against Joey Joyce. But victories over Deontay Wilder, and especially Zhili Zhang, most people favored Zhang over Parker in that bout, but somehow Parker found a way to get the victory. Now, do you think he is a worthy opponent or challenger for Daniel Dubois and his IBF heavyweight belt?
Yes, maybe some few months ago, I wouldn't have believed, or I wouldn't have thought that Joseph Parker would be at this stage fighting for an IBF, and even against Daniel Dubois at this point in time. But the man has actually done well for himself. You have to say the first match against Zhili Zhang, and the man out Zhili Zhang, and then you have to say the trashing or the beat down he gave to Deontay Wilder, which actually made everybody actually question Deontay Wilder's future in the sport, and the man deserves everything coming to him right now. So a chance at the IBF title. Let's see what he can do with it. No, you already said it. The man is 33 years of age. Maybe he has the less to reach, but 38 fights so far, 35 wins, 3 losses, and 23 by knockout. So it's not something little. It's not the record is not something that you can just win off, or you can just wave off from that. Especially looking at knocking out 2 big names in the sport in Deontay Wilder and Zhili Zhang. So I'm actually still surprised that we have this match on the card we wouldn't have expected it some few years ago, but I'm just waiting to see how the match will go down, and we'll see if maybe this is a rejuvenated Joseph Parker that we've never seen in those years. Maybe this is the Joseph Parker that we might see, that might knock down or might be able to knock out Danny Dubois, who has all the smoke with him, who has all the balls around him, or who is the whole attention, everything is just focused on him. So let's see if Joseph Parker has the ability to do that. Zelizang is still wants his pound of flesh back. Yes, we know that he has been asking for it and all. And then Alexander Usyk is always going to be on the scene. He still wants his undisputed title back. The man said he just has maybe 2 or 3 fights left in him, and I feel that to become undisputed once again is going to be one of those fights, and then maybe a title defense or 2, and then maybe the man might call it quits. But looking at this fights, of course, Alexander Usyk is going to have his match on it. He's going to have his eyes on it. His boys are going to be watching. He's going to be analyzing both opponents, and he has fought Danny Dubois before. He has beaten Danny Dubois, but he has not faced Joseph Parker. So if Joseph Parker does win it, it's going to be it's going to be something that
unknown territory.
Yeah, it's going to be unknown territory for him. What is he going to do? How is he going to be able to oust him? And then this is a boxer that is just coming or just sprung out of nowhere, beating people left and right. So that's how it is in boxing. You might not have your time to shine, but when you do have your time to shine, you go out with a bang.
And you're looking at the way Dubois has been talking, Victor, just before that bout or just ahead of that bout next weekend. And you're looking at the fact that the man is like saying, I'm going to knock him out. There's another knockout for me. What I did to Joshua, you're going to see it again. Something similar. And do you think it's all about arrogance, or definitely the man has to be confident in his abilities? He's the IBF heavyweight champion. He did defeat Anthony Joshua. And at this point, he looks so unstoppable. You look at his record. 22 victories, only 2 losses, 21 by knockout. So he only knows how to win by knockout.
Normally, you have to back in what works for you. Having 21 victories by knockout in 22 victories is no easy feat. So for the man to be talking this loud, it means that he knows he knows his terrain. He knows what to do. It's just like this is his pattern. This is his technique. And that technique works out for him. So why not brag about it? When you look at this man, the man has his strengths. And I believe maybe most of his opponents have not been trying to utilize more like technique to take down his strengths, because the man has lots of power, the size and all that, the confidence. Because he's only a man with confidence that will come out before a game and talk very loud and try to instill fear into his opponents, trying to make them feel they've lost already before the bout kicks up already. So the man knows what he's doing. And when you look at this man, he has a boxing record of 22 wins there, only 2 losses. Believe me, it is almost 100% record there. So going into this fight, he is going into this fight as not even the favorite, but more like a 95 to 5% entering into this fight. He knows very well that he can do this. He can beat Parker any day, anytime. So that is why he's trying to instill that fear into Parker. But and take nothing from sports. It is what you do on your day that gives you the victory, not what you did before. So if the man wants to win, he shouldn't just be talking about it. He should also do the talking. He should also act the talking. So I think we'll get to see another knockout again. Maybe if Parker has done his homework very well, if Parker has done everything that he needs to do to make sure he dents this man's record, then we might get to see a very, very interesting fight. If not, we'll just get to see a walkover there for Danny Dubois.
Okay, and does Parker actually have a chance? Do you think he actually has a chance in this one?
Yes, he has a chance as long as the man's 2 hands aren't broken and he's not coming into the ring wobbling, or he's not coming into the ring with a headache or a stomach kick. The man has every fighting chance, and same thing with Daniel Dubois. Both of them have a fighting chance as long as they step into the ring. You're looking at Joshua, at Joseph Parker, with nobody giving him a chance against Zelezang. We're all thinking Zelezang is going to beat him. He's the heavier boxer. He has the most reach. He's the heaviest puncher, and no, but so far, Joseph Parker was the one that prevailed. Same thing against Deontay Wilder. We're like, okay, yes, the one against Jerry Zhang was a fluke, and or even this person was Jerry Zhang was even looking at it and was even calling this man out. How far? Leave Deontay Wilder alone. Come, let's have a rematch. Let me beat you first. Then you can go and meet him. But it turned out otherwise, and the man gave Deontay Wilder the hardest beat down of his career, the most brutal beat down of his career, and that since then Deontay Wilder started questioning his purpose in life and his purpose in boxing, and since then it has been downside for the Bronze Bomber, and Joseph Parker has a chance to become the IBF champion, and if he does get that chance, a chance to be undisputed. So the chances are slim, yes, but there is a chance.
I think it's a 50-50 fight when you look at it, because
I don't think it's a 50-50.
no,
it can't be a 50-50 for me. So for me, I think Daniel Dubois is the one that has all the smoke. He's the defending champion, and he has knocked and the man knocked down Joshua. And you have to look at his fights with even Usyk. Then it was true. It was true. A knockout. But you still have to look at what if the man had not hit below the belt, or if they had called out below the belt, would the match have gone the other way? And he looks like the only person, apart from we are here Martin Bakoli in our ears. His promoters have been shouting his name in our ears for a long time. So, but before Martin Bakoli, we have Daniel Dubois. He looks like the only person that might be able to beat Alexander Usyk, and he's also defending champion. And you look at the people he has actually beaten. Joseph Parker, on the other hand, not the same thing for him. And you have to look at who is. Yes, you see, Joseph Parker is more seasoned than him. 35 fights, just 3 losses. It is not easy in boxing to go that much without much fights and just have 3 losses under your belt. It didn't even reach 5, or it's not even in the double digits. So that shows that you're a very great boxer. And 23 knockouts, that is something still good. But you have to look at Daniel Dubois. The man is still young, 27 years of age. He still has much fights, more title defenses under his belt, and 22 fights, 22 wins, 2 losses. That means out of those 22 wins, this man has had 21 knockouts. That is a 99%. A 99% knockout rate compared to Joseph Parker. So the chances are slim for Joseph Parker. As I said, I don't know about Victor. We're here for Victor, but for me, the chances are slim. Maybe I'll call it a 70 or an 80-20, but a 50-50, nah.
I think the reason why I said it's a 50-50 is because, you know, Dubois will want to start very fast. He will want to impose himself on Joseph Parker. But if Parker could be able to weather the storm, then he can actually do beats a tiring Dubois. We know Parker is good at the movement. The man knows how to maneuver his way. He might not be that hard puncher like Dubois. He might not be that feisty, but if he can make use of his movement, make use of his experience, the man has survived so many tough fights. He survived fights against the likes of Deontay Wilder, the likes of Joshua and others. So if he can make use of that experience of weathering the storm against the tough men, then he can still do it against Dubois. If he can maybe survive the early rounds of let's say invasion, when Dubois will invade him as if he stole from him. If he can just do that for the early rounds, then the tiring Dubois will not be too difficult for him to beat.
Okay, and quickly, Blessing, coming over to you now. Any of these men who gets to win, you're looking at potentially facing Alexander Usyk to have a chance at probably Usyk unifying the belts again, or probably having another unified champion at the end of the day. Now, do you think any of these guys or any of these boxers will be a potential threat to Alexander Usyk? The man has taken out Anthony Joshua, has taken out Tyson Fury. So, I mean, is there probably anybody in the heavyweight category that can go up against Alexander Usyk at this point in time? Or you just think Usyk is looking at this and is licking his lips and saying, just one of you, just win, come and give me back my belt?
They should just fight first. They should fight first. Let us see what is happening. I would also side with Victor Shah for for Joseph Parker, experience can come in for Joseph Parker. I mean, Daniel Dubois has gotten 21 knockouts. Joseph Parker has 23 too. So if Joseph Parker can put his experience into play during his fights with Daniel, then we can see a very interesting fight. And who knows, Joseph Parker can also come out victorious. As for Alexandra Usyk, he should wait, let them fight first. Please, he should not rush them.
Okay, 0701-933-9962, 0701-933-9962. That's for the SMS and WhatsApp. Also, line can send your thoughts there. But we do have the phone lines, and they are open. 0817-0000951, 0817-0000951, and 0810-9510951, 0810-9510951. Looking at the possibility of Francis Ngannou and Deontay Wilder bout. Do you think Ngannou should come back into boxing or the man should just still focus on his... But he's actually left MMA for a while now. So, I mean, the man just came back fourth, then left the sports again. But the man is talking about coming back into boxing, and he has called out Deontay Wilder. So there's a possibility of that bout happening. And Daniel Dubois up against Joseph Parker next weekend. What you see happening in that one, February 22nd. Does Dubois retain the IBF heavyweight belt, or is Joseph Parker going to dethrone him? And also, Usyk is waiting by the sides for who gets to win that one, and he's probably licking his lips now. Do you think that's the case, or do you think not? 0817 0000951 and 0810 9510951 for the SMS and WhatsApp portal. The number is 0701 933 9962. Okay, don't forget, phone lines are open for you to call in and air your thoughts on everything we have discussed so far. Hello, caller, good afternoon. Hello.
Hello.
Okay, Rooney, this sounds like Rooney Evans still.
Yes, go.
Okay, please go ahead.
For people who think it's too early for Ngannou to come to boxing, I think boxing truly it's like a Champions League. You will need some ways to qualify before you'll be able to get into boxing. There are some people in that boxing that shouldn't be in that boxing. So for me, I understand. There are two ways I'm seeing it. I mean, since Francis Ngannou has venturing into boxing, not too much in MMA. We've not been seeing him that too much in MMA. That is to say, the money in boxing is too huge and too big for Francis Ngannou to just look at it and they probably want to go and rub himself back to MMA. I know he started with MMA, and Francis Ngannou is not a small kid. No matter what, Francis Ngannou has been in MMA for a very long time. He does not need all the experience in boxing for him to be able to start venturing into boxing. It's that he has experience with MMA. Yes, they are not the same, but they are not the same skills. But then they are almost of equal part. You understand? And he has gone ahead to even fight with Ngannou has gone ahead to fight with men that when it comes to boxing. Yes, he lost, but at least he did not lose. The way you to beat Tyson Fury was not the way Anthony Joshua beat Francis Ngannou. Fury and shouted Happy New Year, but Francis Ngannou did not shout Happy New Year. So for me, is not on it. But I mean, I've been boxers. And I can tell you that in the future, in Africa, we don't have, I don't think we can probably point our fingers and say, start the show. Anthony Joshua, this is someone who will probably say, yes, he will be our future boxer. So for me, if Ghana can pick up from there, why not? I mean, the last fight he fought with Anthony Joshua gave him an advice that he just go ahead and venture into boxing. So if he can even fight the Usyk, even at this point, if you go ahead and fight it, I mean, if you win, he wins. And if he does not win, good and fine, it's probably a boost to him.
Okay. Thank you so much for your thoughts there, Rooney Evans. Dixon, do well to keep the calls coming in. 0817 0000951 and 0810 9510951. The game between Liverpool and Wolverhampton Wanderers in the English Premier League will be coming up by 3 o'clock. And let me reel out the starting lineup for you. For Liverpool, they are lining up in a 4-2-3-1 formation. We have Alisson Becker in goal. Four-man backline, we have Trent Alexander. From right to left, we have Trent Alexander-Arnold, Ibrahima Konate, Virgil van Dijk, and Andrew Robertson. The two men in front of them are Alexis McAllister and Ryan Gravenberch, while the three men behind Diogo Jota, who is playing as the top nine, are Mohamed Salah from the right, Luis Diaz from the left, and Dominic Szoboszlai down the middle. Cody Gakpo is injured and is out of today's game for Liverpool. For the Wolverhampton Wanderers side, they are lining up in a 3-4-2-1 formation. We have Jose Sa in goal. Three-man backline, we have Matt Doherty, Emmanuel Agbadu, and Toti Gomez. For the four men in front of them in midfield, we have Ryan Aitnouri as the left wing back. We have Joel Gomez and Andre Trindade as the two men in the middle of the park. And Nelson Semedo plays as right wing back. For the two men in front of them are Matheus Cunha and Pablo Sarabia, while Goncalo Guedes is the one leading the lines. Now, what will happen across other centers in Europe today as regards football? By 3 p.m., you are aware Liverpool will take on Wolverhampton Wanderers, and by 5:30 p.m., we will be having Tottenham Hotspur up against Manchester United in the French League 1. Montpellier takes on Lyon by 3 p.m., while Nice will take on or will travel to Le Havre by 5:15 p.m. Lens will take on Strasbourg by 5:15 p.m., while Stade Reims will host Angers by 5:15 p.m. as well. Stade Rennais will now welcome Lille by 8:45. In the German Bundesliga, Werder Bremen will take on TSG Hoffenheim by 3:30, while by 5:30 we have Eintracht Frankfurt taking on Holstein Kiel, and by 7:30 it will be FC Heidenheim taking on Mainz 05. And in the Italian Serie A, earlier Como did defeat Fiorentina by 2-0, and we will have Monza welcoming Lecce. Udinese will welcome Empoli, while Parma host AS Roma, and by 8:45 we'll have Juventus taking on Inter Milan. And in the Spanish La Liga Española, currently playing out to go let's draw with Athletic Bilbao. That game is in the 19th minute. Sevilla will be traveling to face Real Valladolid by 4:15 p.m., while Mallorca will take on Las Palmas by 6:30, and Real Betis will host Real Sociedad by 9 p.m. 0817-00-00951 and 0810-951-0951. We also have the SMS and WhatsApp button, and that one is 0701-933-9962. Let's not forget, by 3 p.m. we will have Ovie Wallace here on Mic 1 to run you through the remainder of the show till 4 p.m. So the phone lines are open for you to call in and air your thoughts. But let's go on this quick music break. When we come back, we will continue with the show.
Shawty gon' give me your lo 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 lo.
my house, I say, make her rest more. As me, I wake up, now she did my mind, don't walk. Day one, day two, one of you folk go was. Now, so me, I go down, so make me link go walk.
Got my hand on your heart now, I can feel it race. If I leave and you say you can never love again. Wanna give you it all, but can't promise that I'll stay. And that's a risk you take.
Baby, calm down, calm down. Yo, this your body, it puts in my heart for lockdown, oh lockdown. Yo, you sweet life, phantom. If I tell you, say I love you, you know they for me, young girl, oh young girl. No, tell me, no, oh, baby, come give me your lo. You got me like, Shawty, come give me your lo.
95.1 FM, Voice of the People.
And we're back.
Welcome back to the show. This is your Today Sports Live on your premium talk news and sports radio station. Today 95.1 FM, and you're listening to the voice of Henry Ogugo here with you this lovely Sunday afternoon. And let's talk about the NBA All-Star for a bit before we get to delve into the world of football. And from questions whether LeBron James will get to play or not due to his absence from the festivities so far, to Giannis not playing, to Wembayama's disqualification. I mean, it's been an exciting weekend in the NBA All-Star weekend.
Yeah, it's been exciting from the Rising Star Challenge because they've actually come with a new format. And, if you've noticed so far, the All-Star Games has not really been the All-Star Games that we really enjoyed so far in the days, because when you had the likes of Steph Curry competing, him and DeMar competing in the three-point contest, you had Gordon competing in the dunk contest with the rest. Those were really the hype moments. But now we are seeing the young ones coming up, and they cannot really, and even the old guys, they don't really want to compete in the tournament because of they've already kind of outgrown those little skill challenges, the 3-point contest. You don't tell me that you want to start bringing Steph Curry. We don't see Steph Curry, don't they shoot threes too much?
There's no need for him to be in the shooting contest anymore.
They don't need for him to be shooting contest. And you're not going to tell me LeBron is going to be coming a 40-year-old man coming in to come and start doing tomahawk dunks under the leg dunks or anything, put back dunks and the rest. So it's fading out, and they decided to just spice it up. And for the Rising Star Challenge, the same thing with the All Star, they brought in 4 teams. You pick 4 teams, and then those 4 teams, the 4 teams, they will play like a mini tournament, and then from that mini tournament, then the winners will now go into the All-Star games themselves. And for the mini tournament, they had Team T, Team M, Team C, and the G League. And you say that even though the G League is just like almost like the feeder teams for basketball teams, and that's where they sent Bronny James there to go and practice and all. So the winners there will now move on to face or to face the big boys who enter into the All-Star contest, because normally it would be the All-Stars versus the Rising Stars if it was normally the normal way the drafts works. They would have picked the All-Star and the Rising Stars, but this time they said let's do it differently, and it was Team C that won. Stephen Kasu from San Antonio Spurs getting the MVP, and now they are going to be facing Team LeBron, that's Team Shaq, that's going to pick almost all the big boys. So Team C, or before we go to the teams, let's just talk about how the whole competition has been so far, from the celebrity games. It has been fantastic so far, seeing your favorite celebrities, musicians and all. I saw Shabuzi and I saw Kaisanet. I was like, right, I was like two Nigerians. That was what came to my head. that was came to my head. I was like two Nigerians. Then it was fun watching the games, knowing that the rules are more lax, because we see Kaisanet jumping on Shabuzi and the rest with that short title. So Juski, people missing chances, I don't know, but that's the fun of the game. But it came to the skill challenge, and normally the skill challenge is just like a course. You just run the course. You and your team just run the course, and then the people that get the most points during that amount of time will actually go on to win the contest. And then San Antonio Spurs with Wembayama and Chris Paul got disqualified immediately. They said they thought the strategy they had worked, and they didn't know the rules. I was like, how are you going for a skill challenge, or how are you going to an All-Star game and you don't know the rules for what you are going for? And that was how they got knocked out of the competition. Winners would have seen Wembayama. And then the 3-point contest was fantastic as usual. This time it was Buddy Hield, Darius Garland, Tyler Hero, Damian Lillard. I think those were the people that I was really looking at. Jenny Bronson was also there. Cam Johnson was also there from Brooklyn Nets. They were also there. But the people I was really looking at, when I saw the list, what came to my mind was a three-peat for Damian Lillard. I felt that this was going to be easy for him, because when you're looking at best 3-point shooters in the league, for me, after Steph Curry, is Damian Lillard. So sometimes I even prefer Damian Lillard as a point guard than Steph Curry. I feel that when it comes to the league, he's one of the best point guards in that league. But he came to the 3-point contest. I saw Darius Garland. We all know before the 3-point contest, the man came out claiming that he was going to stop. He was going to end this man's reign as the 3-point champion. It started. This man dropped 24, and he was the man to beat. Then I think Tyler dropped 18 or 19, and then Buddy Hield came in. And if people that know Buddy Hield, especially if people that played basketball video games, basketball video, you've watched basketball, Buddy Hield is a very good 3-point shooter. I was, even when doing the trades, when they acquired him from Nets, when Kosi acquired from Nets, I was like, okay, they've got another 3-point shooter that can supplement them, even if he might not give you the same shooting capabilities as this person will give you, as Klay Thompson will give you, but he's still there as a 3-point shooter. He did it with Kings, he did it with Nets, so he can do the same thing with in 3-point contest. And the man came, dropped 30 immediately. Like it was coming back, as if the 3-point title was coming back to Golden State. And then it was Damian Lillard's turn as the champion. The defending champion was the last to go, and then this man just needed a point to just qualify for the finals, and then maybe he would have won, but just couldn't go through it. And then so the finals, we saw it was between Darius Garland from Cleveland Cavaliers, Tyler Hero from Miami Heat, and Buddy Hield. And Buddy Hield too just missed it just by a point for the title to come back to Golden State. But it's good to see that the league has improved in 3-point shooting, and looking at these young guys improving when it comes to the 3 points, and knowing how the 3 points have evolved in the NBA. We hope to see much more, or we'll see the young guys next year coming up and showing themselves when it comes to 3-point contest. Now, the highlight of the season of the All-Star contest always has to be the dunk contest, because you want to see people pulling out their moves, and or you want to see everybody coming in and showing themselves, and you just want to see all the spectacular dunks from the likes of Vince Carter, when we had Vince Carter and the rest, LeBron, the rest. It's not been the same anymore. And Theo McClung from the G League came in. I remember the first time I saw him, that was 2 years ago. This man came and he won the first. He won it, and the man always has spectacular dunks. I think he came out immediately, and this man came out like as if he wanted fire. Immediately, this man jumped over a car. That just shows you that this man just came with bad intentions for everybody. This man came in, put out a car, and for his first dunk, he decided to dunk over a car, and he did it better than Billy Griffin did. I saw that dunk, I had to pause, rewind back, and watch that dunk again, because that was a beauty. The dunk was a beauty. After lifting the ball, the man did a pump and then dunked, and I was like, it's going to be hard to beat. It's going to be hard to beat. And then I didn't even focus on the other people that were dunking. I don't know that there was someone from the Cleveland Cavaliers and from the Brooklyn Nets, but that just shows you how good McClung was. The only person that came to my head was Stephen Castle, because the man was like, okay, if you can do something good, I can do it to him. He almost dethroned this man. He almost dethroned him. But second dunk, this man said, okay, let me just go with something light, and decided to just dunk over someone holding a hoverboard. Or dunk over someone. And even that dunk too was, he may hold the ball, was in the air. This man completed 360 and dunked it. And then Stephen Castle too did his own, and it was going fire for fire, both getting straight 50 points. And I could see that, yes, the dunking contest is going to get revived. And it's so funny that McClung, nobody even knows his name in the league, because that's just how it is. This man does not even have enough points, or doesn't even score like that. When it comes to dunking, he's white, but the man does not dunk like as if he's a white man. He does not dunk as if he's a white man. So that was how spectacular the dunking contest was. But now, today, we're going to see the big game. We're going to see the big boys go against each other. The first, I think we'll be seeing the All-Star going against Sharks OGs, as you want to call them. And you're looking at Sharks team: Jaylen Brown, Stephen Curry, Anthony Davis, Kevin Durant, James Harden, Damian Lillard, and Jason Tatum. The man just decided to just pack, or just decided to just carry everybody, or all the big heavy hitters. And it does. I might not say I'm not really a fan of this competition, or the dividing or divvying them into different or divvying them into different rules, because when it comes to the All-Star game, I just like it as everybody in the East or the West, or if they're doing it by Team LeBron, Team Curry, and the rest, it's simple as that, and people just go and play. But now they divide into it. Now we are seeing Steph Curry. We're going to see Steph Curry, Kevin Durant, Steph Curry and Kevin Durant playing the same team. Okay, yes, the last time we saw that was in the US. In the Olympics. But this is the NBA. This is going to be different. They're going to be going up against the young guy. That's Stephen Castle and the rest. Stephen Castle, Zach Edey, Jay Jackson, Dallon Knecht will be facing his Oga in LeBron James. But then you're also looking at the other team, Tim Kenny, young guys there, Jalen Brunson, Kate Cunningham. You're looking at people that just Kate Cunningham, this is his first ever All-Star game. Jalen Brunson, his second All-Star game. The man was an All-Star last year after New York Knicks break out into the into the playoffs, and he was able to take them to conference finals. Same thing, Darius Garland, a two-time All-Star, Tyler Hero, Jalen Jackson. I'm still annoyed that Jalen Jackson is actually an All-Star till now. Evan Mobley, same thing with him, and then Jalen Williams. But then you're looking at Team Chalk, Giannis is out, so this person will be replacing him. That is going to be this person from Atlanta Hawks, Tyler Trae Young. He's going to be the person that's going to be replacing him for that competition. So you're looking at that. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, good. He has already gotten a deal with a shoe company. That just shows you how that man is evolving and he's already making a name for himself. Nikola Jokic is there, Novan Mitchell is there, Perez Sengun is there from Rockets, that big man Pascal Siakam, people that I might still consider why they are all stars. Carl Anthony Towns, well deserved, and then Victor Wembanyama. It's going to be the first All-Star game, so it does bring that variety. But I think I'm also for the hope of simplicity, and let's just go with that. But so far so good. I hope to see who actually wins this competition and who actually, or how the event is going to turn out, and the reception from the fans. How are they going to enjoy it?
Okay, yes, the NBA All-Star Weekend has actually been fun and a delight to actually watch and behold. Well, on our screens, we're seeing Liverpool and Wolverhampton Wanderers walking out to the pitch, and yeah, they are going through their pre-match formalities before we do get to kickoff, which will happen by 3 p.m. 0817 0000951 0817 0000951 and 0810-951-0951 0810-951-0951. 3 p.m. will also be the time I will get to hand you over to Ovie Wallace to run you through for the remainder of the show till the 4 o'clock hour. But you can also call in to start giving your predictions for the Manchester United Tottenham Hotspurs game that will be taking place today by 5:30 p.m. 0817 0000951 and 0810-951-0951. You can also call. You can also send your thoughts to the SMS and WhatsApp button, and that one is 0701 933-9962. We talked about tennis, Yannick Sinner. We also took a look at boxing. Deontay Wilder up against Francis Ngannou. Is that about you want to see? And Ngannou talked about making a return to boxing as well. Joseph Parker up against Daniel Dubois, and also the NBA All-Star Weekend. You are free to call in and air your thoughts on everything we have discussed on the show so far this afternoon. Okay, hello caller, good afternoon.
Hello.
Good afternoon, name and location. Hello. Hello, name and location. Is there anyone there? Okay, a drop call situation. Do well to keep the calls coming in. 0817 0000951 and 0810-951-0951. And yes, they are ready or getting ready for kickoff at Anfield. Is Liverpool up against Wolverhampton Wanderers? Will they make it 5 points? That's if they do draw today, or will it go back to 7 before the weekend if they get a victory at Anfield? Or will Wolves do the unthinkable and defeat Liverpool at Anfield and probably give Arsenal a chance? And just looking at it, one win and one slip up from Liverpool is now 1 point. Then one win again and one slip up from Liverpool. We now usurp them and it's now 2 points. So we wait and see. But I mean, it's that time of the day and of the show where I hand you over to Ovie Wallace.
right, it is still the marathon edition of Today Sports Live on your premium news talk and sports radio station Today 95.1 FM. We're still taking calls as we get to switch teams to football from the European scene. 0817 00951 and 0810951095 for the SMS and the WhatsApp. Port to the 0701 933 9962. You can share your thoughts and views on all we've talked about and what we're going to talk about as the show does progress. Yes, we did talk about the boxing, Deontay Wilder and Francis Ngannou. Francis Ngannou coming back or saying he's making a comeback into boxing. Deontay Wilder, is that the perfect fight for him to come back to? Also, Yannick Sinner doping case, 3 months ban given to him by Wilder. Is that a slap on the wrist? And also Nick Kyrgios is coming out looking at what Simon Halep received last season. Are they just favoring the big or the number ones because they are the number ones and you're saying they are the next face of tennis? 0817 00951 and 0810 9510951 for the SMS and the WhatsApp port to 0701 933 9962. We've got matches played or we're playing today. Currently we've got Liverpool and Wolves on our screens right now, and Liverpool be hoping that they can come back and get the lead that Arsenal have stolen from them. Yes, I am the man handling proceedings. You can come the sports chef of your wallets, and on the menu today we've got Arsenal. We'll be talking about Arsenal. They've got lots of injuries on the front line, but could Arteta have found the solution? Also, Manchester United versus Tottenham later today by 5. What would have been a battle between two teams in the top half of the table is now otherwise. Two teams in the bottom half fighting for relegation. Yes, they are fighting for relegation, Manchester United and Tottenham. And also we look at the 3-horse race in the La Liga for the crown. A tight race between Atletico de Madrid, Real Madrid and also Barcelona. We also take a look at Bellingham's red card. Could that or should that have been a red card for what he did say to the ref? So we'll take a look at all those topics today. But let's take a look at the matches currently going on, or the matches that will be played in the Premier League and also the top 5 leagues in Europe, starting with the Nigeria Premier Football League. The match between Enugu Rangers and Remo Stars should have started. Heartland of Owerri will take on Shooting Stars by 4 p.m. and by 5:30 we'll see Benin Insurance taking on Niger Tornadoes. We'll give you the score lines as the show does progress, and then the guys from second part will actually dive deeper into these matches and actually analyze and break it down all for you guys. In the English Premier League, as I told you, 4 minutes on the clock. Liverpool versus Wolves currently going on, goalless at the moment. Who will take the lead first? Who will score first? Liverpool might be strong, but Wolves are tricky as they are. Tottenham against Manchester United, 5:30, a match that I would have loved to look for, but I don't know about you guys. Are you guys looking forward to Tottenham versus Manchester United match? Blessing.
Looking forward to the match show very, very much. We are seeing Manchester United now. I mean, Amad Diallo just got an injury. They are going to be without Amad Diallo. They are going to be without Lisandro Martinez. Well, and then Tottenham too. They are also shaking. So it's going to be a very interesting match.
What about you? Victor, are you looking forward to Manchester United versus Tottenham match? Is it going to be a match full of excitement and all? And I just can't wait to see this match happen.
I think it's an injury derby. When you look at the two teams have lost about 10 plus players to injuries this season, and it's really a sad one for Manchester United fans. The first news came in there for Lisandro Martinez being out of the season, and just I think yesterday we also heard the news of the man there, the Ivorian there, Amad Diallo, being also out for the season. Though good news is that Kobe Mino will be out for 2 to 3 weeks, but still undisclosed for now.
Why is that good news?
It's good. It's good news because he's not out of the season. Because looking at United losing Martinez in the defense and also losing Mino in the midfield, and you also look at losing Amad Diallo in the attack, is like game over for them. So they are going through that phase that Tottenham have been going through throughout the season, where Tottenham have lost so many key figures in the team due to injuries. So today we will just get to see a depleted squad, two depleted squads, if I put that we two depleted squads there for Ange Postecoglou and Ruben Amorim. But nevertheless, the EPL, irrespective of whoever starts, it's always dramatic. It's always interesting for the neutrals. It's always interesting for football lovers to watch. So today we will get to see tactics, who gets his tactics right and who gets his tactics wrong. I don't even know which team to support in that game or what to look forward to. But we know that Tottenham have a very good squad, attacking-wise, currently. They have the veteran there, Son Heung-min. They have Tuba Solanke, might not be playing this game because of his injury. But they also have Brennan Johnson. That man is good. We've seen him do it right from his days at Nottingham Forest. And the man came into Tottenham and he has taken it like a duck to water. He has been doing what he has been doing right from his days at Nottingham Forest. So there is also Dejan Kulusevski. Kulusevski is also good at what he does. The man might not be pacey, might not be very fast, but the man is also tricky. He knows when to pull the plug also. Then you look at Manchester United. Currently, Manchester United are really, really bare to the bones when it comes to the attack. It's at this point Manchester United will be praying or will be asking questions. Why did we loan out Anthony? Why did we loan out Rashford? Because this is where this man would have come in handy. Because when you look at the attacking options, they have Rasmus Højlund, they have Zexi, they have Amad Diallo, and Amad Diallo is out of the season. Oh, that was a chance for Liverpool to take the lead from Diogo Jota, but he just skied it away. So United are really, really short of options in the attacking position, and at this point, Ruben Amorim the transfer window is over already. So at this point, what he needs to do is try to convert players, is try to make do with what he has at his disposal at this time. But I would say, will that be enough to make them make the top four? That is something high. It is really a mountain too high for them to climb. So for now, let's just say Manchester United, let's try to get results. If the team can try to get results, then a top four hope is possible for the team. But for Tottenham, most of the players injured might be coming back anytime soon. So it's a win-win situation for both teams. But whoever gets hungrier in this game, whoever gets to show the intent of winning, will be taking this game, irrespective of who is at home or who is away.
All right, what do you guys think? Liverpool versus Wolves. Who do you guys think would prevail in this matchup? Also, Tottenham versus Manchester United. Is that a match you're actually looking forward to? This is a match with excitement, looking at how both teams are riddled with injuries and battling relegation. Are you looking forward to the Tottenham-Manchester United match? As a Tottenham fan, if they are Tottenham fans, and also Manchester United fans. Also, in the Spanish La Liga, Espanyol currently playing Athletic Club in the 48 minutes goalless at the moment. Real Valladolid taking on Sevilla by 4:15. By 6:30, we say Mallorca taking on Las Palmas, and by 9 p.m. it will be Real Betis taking on Real Sociedad. In the German Bundesliga, it's going to be Werder Bremen taking on Hoffenheim, Eintracht Frankfurt taking on Holstein Kiel. By 7:30, Heidenheim will be welcoming Mainz 05. In the Italian Serie A, Fiorentina will be taking on, they did lose to Como earlier this afternoon by 2-0. Monza and Lecce currently going goalless at the moment, 9 minutes on the clock. Udinese and also Empoli playing at this moment, goalless at the moment, 9 minutes on the clock. By 6 p.m, we're taking on Parma, taking on Roma. And the big match, by 8:45, Juventus will be taking on Inter Milan. And in the French Ligue 1, Montpellier will be taking on Olympique. Are currently playing in Olympique Lyon. 11 minutes on the clock, and Olympique Lyon do have the lead 1-0. Le Havre will be taking on Nice by 5:15. Also, by that same time, we have Lens versus Strasbourg, and Stade de Reims will be taking on Angers. And then by 8:45, we're taking on Stade Rennes, or Stade Rennais will be taking on Lille. So those are all the matches going on today. So let's dive in, or let's dig into what we've got on the menu. Starting off with Arsenal, as the Gunners pulled off a crucial 2-0 win against Leicester City yesterday, and it was a game filled with drama, tactical twist, and a breakout performance from a young star. First off, let's talk about the man of the moment, Mikel Merino. The Spanish midfielder came off the bench in the 69th minute and turned the game on his head with 2 goals in just 6 minutes, and this man wasn't even signed as a striker. He's been playing in midfield, but with Arsenal attacking options thinning out thanks to injuries to Bukayo Saka, Gabriel Jesus, Gabriel Martinelli, and Kai Havertz. Mikel Arteta had to get creative, and boy, did it pay off. Merino's first goal was a clever header redirecting the ball into the far corner, and for his second, well, he showed some smart movement to hold his position at the back post and slot it home. A player struggling in one position only to flourish when pushed further forward. Arteta might have just found his temporary solution to the striker crisis. But let's not forget the young guns who stepped up in this match. Ethan Nwaneri, also 17 years of age. You have to look at the man was a revelation in the right wing. 5 man of the match award from 8 starts so far. The lad was a bright spark, you could say, for Arteta side on that very dull day. There was also Miles Lewis Skelly, the young defender who made a crucial intervention in the second half, denying Leicester what looked like a certain goal. And it's moments like this that make you think Arsenal's future are in good hands. So what's next for Arsenal? Now they are now just 4 points behind Liverpool, who are currently playing Wolves right now. The Gunners will host West Ham next week Saturday, and if they can keep this momentum going, you could say the title race could be getting interesting, very, very interesting. Well, for now, Arsenal fans, you can enjoy the fact that your team has found a way to win despite being without some of the biggest stars. And who knows, maybe Mikel Merino is the unlikely hero they've been searching for. Now, let me come to you, Victor. Now, Mikel Merino came off the bench, scored twice in just 6 minutes. Now, do you think Arteta should consider using him as maybe like a false nine or maybe an advanced option, maybe more often? Or was this just maybe a one-off performance and they just had to just quickly just patch things up for this?
Let's not be too carried away with a 6 minutes cameo there for the Spaniard, because let's look at the quality of opposition Arsenal took on yesterday. It was a Leicester City side, a side currently battling relegation, a side that have conceded goals for fun this season. And it took this Leicester team to be very, very tired, because when the man came on, most of the defenders there were already very, very tired because they've worked right from the beginning of the game. Arsenal took time to break this side open, so let's not be too carried away with one game. Mikel Merino might be the answer, but it's still too early to call, because we've seen games where maybe defenders come in and do the magic. We've seen games where midfielders come in and maybe just get to stay. I think at some point when Jurgen Klopp came in to Liverpool newly, he got the signing on, I think it was on loan, Steven Corker from QPR then. The man was a central back defender, and this man was always coming in at the closing stages of the game to play as a centre forward. He kept on doing that, and all that, but it wasn't paying, but the coach kept on doing it. Maybe he had his reasons for doing that, but what I'm trying to say is that we can see defensive players coming. Liverpool have taken the lead there from that man Luis Diaz, and it was a wonderful team play there. A quick counter-attack situation, turning defense into attack there. And the man didn't even need to kick the ball.
And we've got the first goal at Anfield right there, Luis Diaz getting that goal, and it looks like he did injure himself. Stumbled there. That was a nice fine play from was that Gravenberch, and the man
Gravenberch to Diogo Jota. Diogo Jota back to Luis Diaz.
And the man cutting through the right field, giving it to Salah.
And he didn't even need to kick the ball. He just had to chest the ball into the net.
Just a miscommunication between him and Nikiba, both rushing out for the ball currently, and it just said that the keeper just couldn't get to it first. Bounced off the defender, went over Diego Jota and the other defender, and then both Luis Diaz, the keeper, and the defender chasing for the ball, and Luis Diaz getting to it first and a goal for them. I think they'll take it anytime, any day.
Anytime, any day. I did call this out yesterday when Arsenal made the point gap to 4. I said Liverpool want to give a response, knowing fully well that with any slip here, they might be having themselves to blame. So it's a good start for them. In the opening 15 minutes, they've taken the lead here at Anfield. Though Wolves are always very good in their own day, we might get a response. So in football, anything can happen till the 90th minute. So back to what we were saying about Mikel Merino. Mikel Merino might be the answer for Arsenal at this point, but it's still too early to call. We know the caliber of players Arsenal are missing. The likes of Bukayo Saka, a game winner any day. The likes of Kai Havertz. Kai Havertz might not be too prolific in front of goal, but he has been helping this Arsenal team in the little way he can, right from when he was signed from Chelsea. And they're also missing Gabriel Jesus, a very good squad option there. Also missing that man, Gabriel Martinelli. So at this point, Mikel Merino might be the answer against Leicester City, but will he be the answer when they take on the likes of Chelsea, when they take on the likes of Manchester United, or even Liverpool? They will be coming to Anfield to play Liverpool at some point in the season. That will be a title decider. Will Mikel Merino man the centre forward position and get them goals? I think the answer there might be no, because imagine Merino in between Virgil van Dijk and Konate. So what they need is an out-and-out striker, and I think Mikel Arteta at this point will understand that come the next window, Arsenal needs to do something. Either getting a free, if they can get a free agent from now to the end of the season, good for them. But if they can't get a worthy option in the free agent box, then they need an out-and-out striker, if possible, too.
Is it just about going for what you can go now? You talk about a free agent. It's just going for what we see in front of us. So calm down. Next season, we've already seen what's already going on this season now. How we really need a striker. Calm down. The next transfer window, we actually go for a striker and actually get them, or just try and just patch things up, get there, or maybe even get someone from the youth team.
Looking at what you are chasing, first of all, you are chasing for the EPL title. You are not just chasing to survive the relegation. You're not just chasing for the top 4 qualification for European places. You are actually chasing for the title. So what you need at this point is if there is quality in the free agents, if let's say maybe a player of for instance, let's say maybe a player that has good EPL quality, he has played for other teams, but maybe he's past his prime at this point, maybe he's due to age and all that, but he can give you.
But isn't that not also as risky as what you already have in the bench? Why not just wait in next season and just go for someone that is fit? Or just even if you want to go for someone that can be further or can just patch things up, do it last season. But if they do go for a free agent that is 30, 40 something, and he does get another injury, that just feels like we're just wasting wages on the man. Why not just try and just manage what you've got now, or bring in the young boys from the academy and see what you can do with them?
Believe me, when you look at Arsenal at this point, sometimes experience does creep in. They lack that experience in the front line there. When you look at most of these strikers, they are really young guns, players that have not really cut it out in big teams out there. Take Kai Havertz, man coming from a very big team there. Bukayo Saka is born and bred Arsenal. Martinelli, just a young gun that came into the Arsenal setup newly. Gabriel Jesus, another player that have cut it out in a big team, that's Manchester City. If Arsenal were very, very proactive, I think this man from Fulham, Rodrigo Muniz, would have been a worthy option. I think the man left Fulham on loan, because the man was just a squad option in Fulham, couldn't get Raul Jimenez to sit on the bench. So the man came in. The man was always coming in from the bench and all that. Arsenal should have just poached that guy, get that man into. He might not get to start games, But he might give you that option. Maybe when the defense is tired and all that, you bring in this man. He comes in and he scores the goal. Even if, okay, at this point where these players are injured, instead of playing Mikel Merino as a false nine, you bring in that man. That's what I'm saying. If you're looking at the free transfer, if there is someone that can even cut out of 100%, he can give you 60. Why not get the player? You have nothing to lose. You're not paying for it. You just the wages. You're not signing him for any fee. Why not just get the man? Let him just play for that period. We saw it when Liverpool had injury crisis in their defense. When Virgil van Dijk was out with an ACL injury. When your Matip was also out. When Joe Gomez was also out. We saw Liverpool going. They got Ozan Kabak from Shakao for on loan. They also got a man from the Championship that never kicked the ball in the EPL. So there are difficult times calls for difficult measures. You just have to look at what you need at that point. If the option you have before you is a little bit manageable, then you just have to go for it. You use all the tools you have. It's better I have so many tools than I have just one good tool. What if that one good tool, I can't use it to prosecute what I need? Sometimes I just need to make use of my expertise. That is where the expertise from Mikel Arteta comes in. He might have average players, but how to maneuver and make these average players work. We saw Claudio Ranieri use average players to win the league then. So if Mikel Arteta can actually get a free transfer that can help him out this period, because when you take out Mikel Merino into the number 9 position, it opens up a space in the midfield. And if injuries come into this midfield, Merino will be needed in the midfield position there. And when Merino is needed in the midfield position, it exposes the team. They will have to go back to the academy. How many academy players in Arsenal currently? Miles Lewis-Kelly is doing a good job, no doubt. Ethan Nwaneri is doing a good job, no doubt. But how many of these academy players can come into the game, into this Arsenal setup at this point of the season when the heat of the title race is really, really up? Can they come into this Arsenal team at this point of the season and go toe-to-toe with Liverpool at Anfield there? Can you put up maybe an Arsenal academy player in front of the Arsenal attacking lineup and tell him to go against Van Dijk and Konate? Arteta will not want to take that risk. So at this point, if the free agent comes up, he should just go for it. If he doesn't, then if he can maneuver his way, Firmino was created by Jurgen Klopp to play the first 9 role. If he can create Mikel Merino to do that, then good job for him.
All right, Blessing, do you share that same view to go for a free agency? Go for a free agent at this point in time, or just wait till the transfer window comes and then see how you can get them, or just patch things up, leave things that they are? And what do you also have to say about Ethan Nwaneri and Lewis Kelly? Both of them young players, but they've already earned the starting shirt. And how important is it for Arsenal to keep integrating them into this first team? And how long do you see them as long-term starters?
Victor's already said it all. Right now, what Arsenal should be looking at is a free agent. They are the likes of Mikel Merino cannot always be there for them. Mikel Merino is a midfielder, so you do not expect him coming up every time. Maybe you can say Leicester City is a small club, not that big, so that is why he came yesterday in the 9 minutes and he showed up. He cannot continue showing up, and if he does not continue showing up, you cannot entirely blame the guy because he is a midfielder. For Ethan Nwaneri and Lewis Kelly, these boys came in, like, when they brought them in, I was thinking of how they'll be able to cope, the pressure from the EPL. But they came and they were well integrated into the first team and they're doing very well. It would be good if Mikel Arteta can continue building on the confidence of these young boys. They are very young. So you cannot say these people are tired or anything. They are young boys. You build on their confidence, build on their speed, and you will have good players for you. Arsenal should really go for a free agent. They can go for Diogo Costa. He has played for an EPL team, talking about Chelsea. I think he won a cup for them. He'll be a cup with them. He has also played for other big club, Atletico Madrid. He has played for clubs. If you say experience, so we can say he's old, 36 years of age, but he's an experienced striker. So maybe he can bring that experience, and he has also played in the Premier League, Chelsea. Arsenal should just go for a free agent.
Right now, Victor, Arsenal were just 4 points behind Liverpool until Liverpool scored this goal, and now it is currently 3 points as it is right now on the live table. 7 points right now on the live table till the match does end, or till maybe they finish with a draw, or it ends up with them losing. But now, let's just look at it as, can they sustain a title challenge right now, or are these injuries going to catch up with them? And also looking at the other competitions they are also in, the Champions League is also as demanding as that. Or are they going to have to sacrifice one for the other, or can they sustain both of them?
Without the injuries, I would say Arsenal would have maybe just been pushing Liverpool, making Liverpool always up their game going into any game, knowing fully well that there's someone behind. But with these injuries coming in, I think Liverpool should just be very, very happy. It's like football is already speaking to them that they will be champions, because if you look at everything that is happening, with all rival fans of Liverpool hoping and praying that they get injured, it's just the reverse being the case. Waking up every day, you get news of injury, out of season here, out of season there, out of season here. But with the Liverpool players, most of them have been fit this season. The injuries have also been there, but their injuries are not like the rival fans. When you look at Tottenham, injury reading, you look at Manchester United recently, injury reading, you look at Arsenal also, injury reading, then Chelsea, even if they said they were not in the title race, we've seen them get injured also. We've seen Nicola Jackson, he has been their star striker this period, but the man is also injured. But just in this Liverpool lineup, I just noticed that Cody Gakpo is not there with a little knock, and he misses the game. So Liverpool have been lucky this season not to get too many injuries. So I just feel it's on that note. I just feel that Arsenal won't be there in the title race, except a slip. As I will always put out, the greatest enemy of Liverpool at this point isn't Arsenal. The greatest fear isn't even Arsenal, isn't even Manchester City. The greatest fear at this point is Liverpool. Liverpool are their own problem, because it will only take them to lose form, to slip up, for the others to meet them. Because if they get to prosecute their game, they don't even care what the others will play. Liverpool will still get to play Arsenal. I think next week Sunday, the Super Sunday clash, is the Liverpool against Manchester City. They are the Etihad. So if Liverpool get to survive these games, they don't really care what the others get to play. So Liverpool are their greatest rival at this point. If they want the league title, then they should be up for it. Go in. We'll get to see that at the Etihad next week Sunday. If they want it, then you see it in that game. They'll really be serious for the game and maybe get the victory. If they get to win that game, then Arsenal should be knowing that this team is really, really made for this title. But in football, we never say never until it is mathematically proven that they are champions. We saw them do it in 2019 when they were leading with about 25 points, and they carted away with that title. But if they get to bottle it this season, then we will just see them doing an Arsenal there. But for now, I just feel Arsenal are still there in the title race, knowing fully well that before this game it was 4 points. 4 points is just 2 games, a win and a draw. With 2 wins and the other team gets a draw in 2 games, you've usurped them. So Arsenal are still there, but will they push Liverpool for this title? For me, I'll say no. Judging by injuries, judging by performance levels, Arsenal are not just that team to push Liverpool. We would have said if Man City were in form, if Man City were at this point where Arsenal is, you would have said that Man City can go 15 games winning run and maybe push till the last day of the season. But Arsenal are not that team to go 15 games winning run.
Right now, Henry, we've also got you in the studio. So now, we've seen Arteta adapt to the injuries over games. I think the time that he had injuries and this man was still winning games, and Manchester City, they just had just one injury, and that was Rodri, and it was different from them. But you could say this flexibility is able to change, or be able to change his formation and be able to change the game even while being held back by all this let down by all these injuries and all. Could it be a sign of his growth as a manager? And could it be a temporary fix, or is that this could backfire when he does play the big boys, the stronger opponents?
See, the funny thing is nobody wants to have to deal with injuries, and you ask yourself in the English Premier League, are just small games. Leicester aside have considered the second highest amount of goals this season after Southampton, and we saw Arsenal struggle to break them down without the complement of their best players. Because I mean, look at that Leicester squad 10-12 years ago, it was good enough to keep them in the Premier League, but now you're looking at it and saying that it's not even good enough to keep you in the Premier League. You're going to seriously struggle with the squad they have in the English Premier League. So that just shows you the quality that there is in the Premier League. Mikel Merino will not come off the bench or start the next couple of games and be scoring. It's not going to happen. I mean, if you're playing against a Brentford, you don't expect Mikel Merino to have that sort of impact as a first nine unless he's dropping off a lot, like what we saw Cesc Fabregas do for Barcelona. But like I said, the quality is more in the English Premier League compared to what you see in most other leagues. So I won't expect what happened against Leicester City to happen every game. There's a reason why people are asking, can they do it with the amount of injuries? Because those things count. They make a difference. The fact that you don't have Bukayo Saka to unlock defenses for you, at least you don't have a top nine or someone there is present such as Havertz or Jesus to at least try and do something. Martinelli is not available. It's going to be problematic for Arsenal, truth be told. But Merino showed, or Arteta showed master class, or showed some sense of ingenuity yesterday with what we saw and how he did the substitutions did affect the game. And yeah, one lady showed promise a lot. He was Arsenal's best player for me. Yeah, I don't mind the fact Merino came in and scored 2 goals and probably won the man of the match. For me, one lady was Arsenal's best player on that field for the full 90 minutes in what I've watched from what I watched from the first half to the end of that game. There's still experience there in Trossard. Raheem Sterling is still an experienced character, although it's not the Sterling we've known or we knew from Liverpool to Manchester City. There's been a serious drop from the man, but I don't know. I mean, the problem here has to be I don't even think Havertz injury, or I don't think it really has to be Havertz. The problem has to be how long is Saka out? Because outside Odegaard, Saka is the next. Odegaard and Saka are their 2 biggest outlets attacking wise, and you don't have the complement of one. It shows. I mean, when Odegaard wasn't there, it showed. When they didn't have Odegaard there, now Saka is not there, it's showing. I mean, when you now get to play teams that sit so deep, you see them struggle. The game against Newcastle in the Carabao Cup, it showed. No Saka, no presence of a top 9, and Arsenal struggled. They struggled to create, they struggled to do anything of note or worthy of note in that game. And that's the fear for Arsenal. Not every game is going to be Leicester. You're not going to be as lucky as, because even Leicester defended so well in that game. I mean, if you see the result, you think, it was just a normal day in the office for Arsenal, but it was not a normal day in the office for Arsenal. It was a tough game. Arsenal struggled to create things of note in that game. But the 2 goals happened, masterstroke, Arteta. And for Arteta, I think it has shown in a way that he's grown in leaps and bounds, finding a way to manage the situation when you're boxed to a corner like this. Is one of the things that shows how good of a coach you are, or how tactical you are as a coach, finding a way to make the best out of the situation or scenario you find yourself in, or you're dealt with at this point in time. And that should be a penalty for Liverpool, and the referee points to the spot. So, ball over the top, Agbadu, that should be Emmanuel Agbadu, mistimed the ball, and yeah, that's Agbadu mistimed the bounce of the ball, and Luis Diaz got in behind, and we will see the replay of that one now and see if Jose actually got a touch to the Colombian. And will you say that's a penalty? Definitely Diaz got the ball before Jose Sa. It's a penalty. We've seen less giving.
Luis Diaz from going, so I think it's a penalty.
We've seen less giving, and Diaz got to the ball first, so I think most likely, even when the VAR looks at this, it will be upheld and the penalty will stand. So, I mean, for Arsenal, I think Arteta, genius on the game. What are they playing next in the English Premier League? West Ham. He could try it against West Ham and to not just work. That's the funny thing about football. But at least it's just like seeing Alexander Isak. At least the striker, you expect Isak to always score. Even if he doesn't score in every game, at least you're expecting in 3 or 4 out of 5 games or thereabout, he will score. That's why he's a striker. But Merino that brace yesterday was the first brace from Mikel Merino in 9 years. In 9 years, he scored in a La Liga Segunda promotion playoff for Osasuna. That's when he scored a brace last in his career.
And that's what Arsenal fans are actually praying that. That's what Arsenal fans are actually. And that's what Arsenal fans are actually praying, that he keeps them afloat in the title race. Just as I said earlier, that man cannot give Arsenal that title push as the number 9. It might have worked out in Leicester City, does not mean it will work out against another team. It might not even work against West Ham, just as Henry said. We've seen the second goal for Liverpool there, and that man just won't stop scoring. Mo Salah there, he has already gotten 20 plus goals this season. And there's this record that only Thierry Henry holds in 22 years now, scoring 20 plus goals and giving 20 plus assists in one season. Believe me, this man might get to break it, because
Has 14 assists, right?
he has 14 assists already, and he has 20 plus goals, and there's still about 10 games to go. So the man can still do it. So this man might, when he leaves the EPL, he will be regarded not just as the best winger in the EPL, but one of the best players the EPL has ever seen. So coming back to Arsenal, they really need to work. If it's going to the academy and getting maybe a very good striker there that is conquering the academy level, and hope that the boy can come into the EPL and do same better than having a midfielder that last scored a brace 9 years ago to come in as the out-and-out striker. So Arsenal needs to work very hard and put their team in order before thinking of a title race.
All right, thinking of putting teams in order, teams that do need to be put in order: Manchester United and Tottenham. Both teams, pressure on everybody, the board, the fans, the players, the coaches. Everybody's they're just pressured right now. If you're a Manchester and Tottenham fan, it's hard to not be pressured, but it is what it is right there. But so far so good. They'll be playing each other by 5:30. Two teams that you could have said, although that would have been in the top half of the table, now battling for relegation. Yes, Manchester United and Tottenham are battling for relegation. Prove me wrong. Yeah, relegation battle. So
they won't get relegated. They will not get relegated, but truth be told, they are in the relegation fight. That is the truth. I think more of Tottenham than even Manchester United. But the problem with United now, Amad Diallo is out for the remainder of the season. Someone else is injured for United.
Yes, they have Kobe Mino is out. Lisandro Martinez is out. Collier.
I think we can stomach Collier.
Luke Shaw is out. Mason Mount is out. Jenny Evans
is Luke Shaw ever available? We ask ourselves that. So I think for United fans, they'll be sweating. You don't have, although Mino is not to the end of the season, it's for weeks. Then Ahmad, that looks like your hope up front, is not out to the rest of the season. I'm wondering how they have to manage it. After Rashford left and Anthony left, they had Højlund, Zexi, Ahmad and Garnacho as their forward options. Now Ahmad is out for the rest of the season. He leaves you with 3. Mino, who Amorim has used as one of the backup, as one of the men behind as one of the 2 men behind the striker, and even as the false 9, is out for some weeks. Oh, that was very close for Mateus Cunha there for Wolves, the free kick. Is not available also. Bruno Fernandes, the next option. Messi Mount is still out, right?
Yes, Mr. Mount is there.
Mr. Mount is there. So I don't know. It's sad. So like Tottenham, like Man U. Tottenham have their own fair share of injury issues. Man U have their own. I think Tottenham might not have been doing or might not have done as well as they did last season, but it wouldn't have been bad or as bad as this if the injury issues weren't. So I think Ange has had to deal with a lot this season. That's the simple truth. So sometimes people are calling Ange, but sometimes you just have to pity the man with what he's gone through. For most games this season, he's not started his preferred centre-back partnership. I mean, at the time, it was Achigre and Jet Spence in centre-back at the time. Achigre is a central midfielder. Jet Spence is an attacking fullback. And you have to play them as your centre-back partnership. Dragusin is either out, Romero is out, Mickey van de Ven is out. They come back that same game, they're out again. Destiny Udogie has been out for only God knows how long. Then, I mean, you just have to look at a lot of the issues around that Tottenham team. It's not favouring them. Maybe Ange style also doesn't help matters, and especially when you're dealing with a lot of injuries. But I think once you're dealing with a lot of injuries, even if you're a very defensive-minded coach, it's very difficult for you because your best to set up, because your best legs are out, and you are definitely going to struggle, and that's just the fact. That's what's going to happen. So it's a relegation 6-pointer. Not really like relegation. It's just none of them is going to get relegated. None of them is going to get. I think some of the relegated or the relegation bound teams are almost certain in
the Premier League.
In Southampton,
Ipswich, Southampton,
and Leicester. Those teams are worse off than United and Tottenham, so they're definitely not going to go down. But I mean, it's a game that people watch because of. They are traditionally the big six, and they have a huge fan base compared to some of the other teams in the English Premier League. So that's why, and it's Tottenham, Newcastle, based on past antecedents, like I did mention. So, if you lose, will you get relegated? No. Will it have if you stay up or get relegated? No. But I think it's more of bragging rights now and trying to see how to stop the rot and get some semblance of results together, more for Tottenham than even Man U. Even at least Man U has tried under Amorim to put some strings of results together. They've tried to do it, but for Ange, it's just Ange is probably looking and saying, "What do I do? What do I do?" That's what's probably going through the man's mind, because it's not easy at all for the man over there. As the Tottenham coach Solanke has not really been firing. Let's not forget, as much as we have been talking about injuries, Son Heung-min has been poor. Since last season, Son has been poor. A lot of people just have failed to mention it. Son Heung-min has been very, very poor. Please just allow Salah get his 15th assist. Son Heung-min. I mean, I looked at that and that was so unselfish. Old Salah of 5 years back would take the shot himself. But he dropped it, tried to drop it back, but that was Luis Diaz, right? Yeah, that looked like Luis Diaz. So, I mean, for Ange, he's just looking at it and he's biting his dog. But I think sometimes you have to be daring. But the man is also a victim of Daniel Levy. I'll say it as it is, a victim of Daniel Levy. I think one of the best things Spurs can do to themselves is to let that man go. But to the owners, he's doing okay because the profits are ringing in, or they are coming in. So, I mean, no problem. But I think Tottenham will feel it. Back to back, missing out on Europe next season, the extra finances will not be there again. So you're not talking about, can they go into the transfer window once again and make the signings that they feel they need to actually compete and thrive? It's a long story for Tottenham Hotspurs. As Manchester United needs an open heart surgery, Tottenham needs an open heart surgery as well. Although injuries haven't helped their matters, Sha.
Okay, now people have come out criticizing Amorim's tactics, the 3-4-3 formation. Some are saying, Alpha, try and change it the way so it can actually suit the squad. But
what suits the squad?
I don't know. I cannot say what suits the squad. Yeah, so I'm asking you, what suits the squad?
What suits this?
Gary Neville has come out saying that if this man cannot stick to his principles, he should try and he should either stick to his principles or try and find a way to change the whole situation.
He's sticking to his principles and he's trying the best he can. See, United fans should forget about Europe and anything. This is Amorim's preseason. The moment you decided to sack Ten Hag and bring him in, this was his preseason. So it's expected.
So that means you're not the thought of United can salvage their season by winning a trophy, either the FA Cup or the Europa League.
They're not winning the Europa League. It's not going. Even under Ten Hag, I never thought of them winning the Europa League. They're not going to win the Europa League. It would be a miracle if they win the Europa League. Sorry to all Manchester United fans listening, but that's my honest opinion. You could have a different opinion from me, but that's my honest opinion. They're not winning the league. Maybe the FA Cup there's a slight chance because Liverpool are out, Arsenal are out, so it's remaining them, Manchester City, Newcastle. But I mean, if you put them up against Newcastle now, can you beat your chest? They will beat Newcastle. Even if you put them up against Manchester City today, yes, they did do it. They did beat Man City earlier this season. Can you beat your chest? They will beat Manchester City. So where are you looking at Arsenal winning a trophy? In the Europa League, there's still Lazio, there's still Athletic Bilbao. They might not be the biggest teams, but these are very difficult teams to play. They will never make it easy for you to play them. So I mean, where do you think it could happen? Don't get me wrong, it could happen. They could win the Europa League and find themselves in the Champions League next season. Everything is possible. Kumbaya. But I think for Amorim, stick to your philosophy, then know the players that fit into it without the ones you feel you don't need, that don't fit into it. Then also bring in new players that fit into your philosophy. Definitely a lot has to be happening behind the scenes. Sir Jim Ratcliffe is laying off staff. They are following staff. They've already done that. They are looking for how to save, at least for the following of staff, they are talking about it to save themselves about 50 million, between 45 to 50 million pounds per year. Then you're also looking at cutting off a lot of the extra expenses. They are closing some of their offices around the world and everything. So they are trying to see how to help Ruben Amorim with signings and for him to bring in the sort of players he wants or the type of players he wants. So, I mean, that's positive news for Manchester United there. So, I mean, when you look at all this, you say maybe Amorim will have the chance to effect the change he wants to have on the squad. But nobody should judge Amorim based on this season. The man is working the best he can with the little he has, with what he has. I mean, even yesterday we saw Rashford in Aston Villa against Ipswich, for Aston Villa against Ipswich, and it wasn't a Rashford that was exuding confidence at all. So I think when you look at everything or a lot of things surrounding the man, the squad had issues before he came in. He's trying to manage the situation. He's trying to manage the scenario, and I mean, I'm not shocked at how he's going, but I feel United fans just have to be patient. It's like when Klopp came in. When Klopp came in, it wasn't easy. Yes, they reached the Carabao Cup and Europa League finals that season, but you have to ask yourself, in the league, they finished about 8th, if memory serves me right, that season. When Klopp came in midway in October, about midway through that season in October. So, I mean, it's the same. Give him the time. Then next season, you probably see the changes start happening in Manchester United.
All right, and now let's switch our attention to talk about what's happening in Spain. As the La Liga title race is heating up, Real Madrid, Barcelona, Atletico de Madrid are locked in a three-way battle for the crown, and with over a third of the season left, this could just be going down the wire. This is also the closest title battle at this stage of the season in the Spanish top flight since 2013-2014, when the same three clubs were level on 57 points at the top of the table after just 23 matches. And that season eventually saw Atletico Madrid crowned as champions after the title, winning the title after finishing 3 points ahead of both Madrid and Barcelona. So with another three-way tussle for the title set to take place, we'll analyze the strengths and the weaknesses of all the three contenders. First up, Real Madrid, the kings of Spain, the record holders with 36 titles, are sitting pretty at the top of the table with 50 points. But don't let that fool you. This isn't the dominant Madrid we have used to seeing. Carlo Ancelotti's side has hit a bit of rush patch lately. Back-to-back winless games, including a shock 1-0 loss to Espanyol and a draw with Atletico Madrid last weekend and a draw against Osasuna yesterday, making it the first time since November 2020 that they've gone 3 games without a win. Injuries have also haven't helped them. Dani Caballero, Eddie Militao, David Alaba, Antonio Rudiger, and Lucas Vázquez have all been sidelined at various points. Ancelotti says some of them are due back soon, but the defensive cracks are showing. And let's not forget, they're still trying to figure out life without the man Toni Kroos and Dani Ceballos. He's all stepping up. He's also Aurelien Tchouaméni not filling those boots yet. Also on the bright side, Kylian Mbappe, who everybody was criticizing earlier this season, has already been involved in 18 goals in his last 18 games, 16 goals and 2 assists. But you could not say the same for Jude Bellingham, whose attacking output has taken a hit, but maybe you could say that they've already brought out the man that actually needs to be scoring the goals. So maybe Jude Bellingham's performance last season won't be reflected. Now let's take a look at Barcelona. Hansi Flick men started the season on fire. 11 wins in their first 12 games, including a stunning 4-0 demolition of Real Madrid at the Bernabeu. That ended Madrid's 42-game unbeaten run in the league, and it felt like Barca were unstoppable. But then came the slump between mid-November and mid-January, where they picked up 6 points from 8 games, 1 win, 3 draws, and 4 losses, which left them third in the table, 2 points behind Madrid. But don't count them out here. They are still the league's top scorers with 64 goals, the most at this stage of a season since Real Madrid 66 in the 2015-2016. Robert Lewandowski's led that charge with 19 goals. Rafinha has chipped in with 13, and teenager Lamine Yamal has a revelation with 10 assists. And here's the thing, Barca still have to play both Madrid sides this season. Is the title in their hands, or is Hansi Flick already showing how to handle both Real Madrid and Atletico de Madrid? And then there's also Atletico de Madrid. Diego Simeone men are sitting second, just 1 point behind Real Madrid. And they've been the most defensive solid side in the league, conceding just 15 goals and keeping 11 clean sheets. Simeone, who recently managed his 500th La Liga game for Atletico, has built a fortress at the Metropolitano Stadium. They are unbeaten at home this season and have collected the most home points, 30. Their squad is experienced with an average age of 28 years and 246 days, nearly 4 years older than Barcelona. But that could be maybe the difference. That experience could possibly be the difference between the two sides. So who's going to win it? Well, according to Opta Supercomputer, Real Madrid are the favorites, winning the title in 52% of their 10,000 season simulations. Barcelona coming at 26.9% and Atletico de Madrid at 20.8%. And there's also a slim chance that just 29 out of 10,000 simulations that someone else could sneak in, and that is Atletico Madrid, Villarreal, who could be unlikely contenders. So, who will hold on to win the title? Will it be Real Madrid holding on? Will it be Barcelona bouncing back? Or can Atletico Madrid pull off another title shock for us? So, starting off with you, Victor, now. The title race. Barcelona started all poorly, but it looks like as if things are going well for them. They hit a rough patch in the beginning, but has Hansi Flick fixed these issues that troubled him when the season just started, or is he still going to have trouble against the big teams? Because it's the small teams that he's having trouble against, not the big teams. But has he fixed those issues going?
Until when we get to see results, that is when we can ascertain and say, yes, the man has fixed the problems. Because we saw that Barcelona, their problem was not beating Real Madrid. Their problem was not surviving Atletico Madrid. Their problem has always been surviving the Minos, the likes of Las Palmas. We've seen this season where Osasuna did trash them by 4 goals to 2. We've seen Las Palmas also beat them this season. So their problem has always been the Minos. So until we get to see them survive, another thing in the title race is it's not when someone drops points that it counts for you. It's when you pick up the points dropped. Because this season, I think it was in the first month of this year, January, where we saw in the EPL where Liverpool did drop points, but the teams around them didn't pick up the points that period. They did draw against Manchester United, did draw and all that, but the teams around them didn't pick up the points. Yesterday we saw the two Madrid teams drop points. Real Madrid getting a draw. I know with an eye on the game against Manchester City, you won't blame them. The players were trying to just get past that game and look forward to the Manchester City game, because for them, no doubt they have an eye on the La Liga title, but they don't want to leave the Champions League also. So they did drop points yesterday. Atletico Madrid yesterday, we saw the early red card, destabilizing the game and changing the entire tactics of the game. So they did manage to even come out of that game with that draw. So at this point, Real Madrid, Barcelona now needs to pick up the points. Until then, that is only when we'll feel, yes, it was a good weekend for Barcelona fans. But for now, you might even get to see Barcelona get to lose their game if care is not taken. So it is not when your rival drops a point, it is when you pick up the point. But for them addressing their issues, it is only when we get to see results. That is when we can say, yes, they've started addressing the issues, they've started putting the square pegs and square holes and all that. But for now, let's just see what this Barcelona, they are good at what they do. They score goals for fun. But remember the high line. The high line they play entails that they must always be on their bikes in case a very tricky and intelligent attacker gets to run past that, beat that high line, so that they can get to track back and defend their own. But it's always good to see the title race get heated up, and getting to see a 3-horse race is a very interesting one for the La Liga there. But for now, I think the ball has just been thrown into Barcelona's court there. If they get to win this game, then they start opening up a little bit of gap on Atletico Madrid. Then Real Madrid will also understand that, yes, Barcelona are there, the main business. They won the La Liga title. But let's just see how it gets on from here. Let's look forward to Barcelona's game tomorrow. A victory for them will announce them and to send out a statement to the other two teams that's the main business.
Right now, Henry, Real Madrid, 3 games, no win. Their first is 2020. Are we looking at just maybe this might just be a blip for them, or are there deeper issues within the squad? And also, Atletico de Madrid, best defensive start in the league. Can Simeone use his defensive capabilities and their home form being the deciding factor to clinch the title?
Yeah, it's a possibility for Atletico Madrid, actually. Personally, I see them as favourites for this La Liga title. I think they're the team that will and should win this La Liga title. They have a deeper squad. Yeah, some people will say, but it's quantity. But I mean, even that quantity, we've seen that quantity show itself from the son of Simeone himself, Juliano Simeone, down to Antoine Griezmann, Solot, Julian Alvarez, Angel Correa. You're talking about these guys have come in one way or the other and delivered for Atletico Madrid this season. I mean, yesterday there would have been a loss if it wasn't for Solot, literally out of nothing against Celta Vigo. They got the result and they played that whole game a man down. Literally from the 6 minutes they had a man sent off and they managed the game all through that all through yesterday. So I mean, there's quality, there's quantity and a bit of quality to match two side by side with the quantity, because it's like there's not literally much of a tail off when those guys from the bench are there. But you also have to look at so they have a deep squad, and you just feel like this is one of those seasons where Athletic can actually do it at the end of the day. It's like nobody even wants to win the La Liga. Look at Real Madrid, injury issues, riddled with injury issues at the back and all over the team. So it's a problem for Real Madrid. I think the fact that they are where they are, somehow they find a way to still be firing, but you have to look at the injury issues around that team, and you're saying it's not helping Real Madrid and they're not in form at this point in time. For Barcelona, age, it's a very young squad. I think the inexperience will count very soon or eventually. And let's not forget, they lost Atleti this season, right? 2-1, yes. They lost Atleti, that was in December, 2-1. If push comes to shove in a do-or-die game against Atletico Madrid at the Wanda, would they be able to do it to these boys? I doubt it. I highly doubt it. So, I mean, when you look at all the factors, for me, Atleti are the favourites. But for Real Madrid and Barcelona, we keep our fingers crossed and watch what happens. Real Madrid now today, they are defending champions. Barcelona, they have a history of doing it as well. So, but Flick is dealing with a very, very young side now at this point in time. So that's where the complication comes in right now. So, for Madrid or for the La Liga title, we can't. I know Atleti are the favourites for me, but you can't really point your finger and say, or are the most likely for me. Let me not say favorites. They look the most likely for me based on even before the season started when I was looking at the squad. But I mean, with how things are shaping up, you can't really place your finger on who is going to win the La Liga. That's a simple thing. 51-51. No, if Barcelona wins tomorrow, it becomes 51 points. So they'll be on top based on goal difference. So it's 51-51. Then Atleti is there with 50. And you know that one of them will slip up still, or they will still slip up from now to the end of the season. So it's about who slips up more. That's basically, it's about who sleeps up more. But the thing, Atleti looks like they have a squad that could, or that can do runs or string consecutive streaks of results together. I mean, they won a 15-game winning run at a point in time. Real Madrid and Barcelona haven't done that. So, I mean, if you ask the Atleti side, okay, from now to the end of the season, 14 games, can they win 14 straight games? It's possible. They've done it this season, so that means it's doable again for them. But for Atleti, for Real Madrid and Barcelona, it's been win some, you stutter in one or two, then you win again. So I mean, when you look at that scenario play out or start playing out, you just feel like maybe Atleti have a slight edge, but they are third or second now at this point in time, but they could be third by the end of tomorrow. So for the La Liga title race, it's complicated, it's heating up, it's interesting, and we're just watching and we're waiting to see. And I think it's nice to see how Flick has also gotten his boys back into the mix, and also you have to say help too from the other two sides, because it looked like Barcelona was pulling away or being left behind, because at the point they were about 8 points behind, but they found a way to claw it back. No thanks to Madrid and Atleti dropping points where they shouldn't be dropping points. But I mean, Barca are now seriously in the mix again, so nobody wants to win it, but somebody will win it.
All right, nobody wants to win it, but someone will win it. Now it's time for you guys to come in and also share your thoughts and views on all we've talked about today. Liverpool versus Wolves currently on our screen. 2-0 in favor of Liverpool. How do you think the match is going to end? And Liverpool extend their lead against Arsenal to 7 points. Also, Real Madrid, Barcelona, and Atletico de Madrid. Who do you guys feel is going to, at the end of the day, clinch the title? And Henry do say whoever sleeps up more loses out of the race. So who do you guys believe will slip out more? Atletico de Madrid with the best defense and the experience. Real Madrid dipping in form, but they have all the stars. And Barcelona, a youthful squad, but they are pouring in the goals. So who do you feel at the end of the day will clinch the title? Also, Manchester United versus Tottenham. How do you feel that match is going to end? And should Anje Postecoglou at the end of the season be sacked, or the man just trying to just deal with the injuries? And also Ruben Amorim shouldn't be judged this season, or should he be judged this season? 0817 00951 and 0810 951 for the SMS and the WhatsApp port to 0701 933 9962. Let's take a look at what's transpiring in the top leagues in Europe and also in the Nigerian Premier Football League. Remo Stars currently losing to Enugu Rangers 1-0. It is at halftime already. Handlers of Owerri currently playing goalless with Shooting Stars. By 5:30 we'll see Bendel Ishara taking on Niger Tornadoes. Liverpool and Wolves 2-0 in the English Premier League. By 5:30 we'll see Tottenham taking on Manchester United. The Spanish La Liga, the match between Espanyol and Athletic Club just ended 1-1. The match did end. By 4:15 we'll see Real Valladolid taking on Sevilla. Mallorca and Las Palmas later by 6:30. Real Betis taking on Real Sociedad by 9 p.m. In the German Bundesliga, it's going to be Werder Bremen taking on Hoffenheim. Currently playing Hoffenheim, team is 1-1 at the moment. Eintracht Frankfurt and hosting Kiel by 5:30 later today. And 30 minutes gone past the half of 7, we'll see Heidenheim taking on Mainz 05. In the Italian Serie A, Como did beat Fiorentina earlier the afternoon 2-0. Monza and Lecce currently playing goalless at the moment, and Udinese currently beating Empoli 1-0. It's at halftime. 6 p.m. we'll see Parma taking on Roma, and the big game in the Italian Serie A, Juventus against Inter Milan. In the French Ligue 1, Montpellier and Olympique Lyon are currently playing 1-0 at the moment. Le Havre and Nice taking on by 5:15. Also by that same time, we've seen Lens taking on Strasbourg and Stade de Reims taking on Angers. And then by 8:45, Stade Rennais will be taking on Lille by 8:45. We've got Osas right here in the studio. Yes, so Osas, Manchester United, Tottenham, are you really looking forward to that game? You're looking at both teams, both riddled with injuries, both teams poor on form, but one person is going to drop points, or maybe they will both salvage points, but they are fighting relegation. Are you looking excited to that game as you would have been if both were
at the top of the table?
I'm pretty not excited at this point. It's not as if I have anything to lose if anybody gets to lose points between Tottenham Hotspurs and Manchester United. But I think for Tottenham Hotspur, it's a case of trying to save his head at this point. Talking about Ange Postecoglou, he's one man that I think his neck should be very close to the chopping board right now. Talking about chopping off of managers going on in the EPL. He should be the next if he doesn't start turning in pretty good results going forward. For Ruben Amorim, he seems safer at this point because he just came into Manchester United, and there is that rebuilding process, that rebuilding drive for Manchester United. So in as much as results are not coming in pretty smooth right now for Manchester United, I think Ruben is probably safe. The person who would be needing a victory more at this point is Ange Postecoglou, because if he doesn't, I think the timer has already started ticking. It's already going, and if results don't start coming in, I think those at the helm of affairs at Tottenham Hotspur will be thinking of letting the man go, so that that turnaround could come, because he has been criticized for not wanting to tweak his style, and that is one reason why Tottenham has been having a run of poor away results. So I think at this point it's just the survival of the fittest. It's anybody's game at this point. It's who needs it best. They both are not in good form. They both are downtrodden at this point. But I think for me, from my own point of view, it's a game that would see off both sides just sharing the spoils. I don't see anybody coming out as a victor from this one. It's just going to be let's see how to will I probably say conserve? No, not really conserve. Maybe both will come out for each other, but I think it's just going to be the same back and forth, and at the end of the day, maybe they share the goals, they share the points, 1-1, 1 point apiece, 1 point apiece for both sides. So that's what I see between this game. It's not going to be enterprising. I don't think anybody would be staking their monies. Anybody would be putting off schedule to sit back and be enthusiastic about watching Tottenham Hotspur against Manchester United. It's not going to be living up to the bidding for me. I think it's just a game where both teams would share the spoils and everybody goes back home.
All right, just both teams sharing the spoils and going back home. But do you guys feel that will be the same when these two teams go head to head right there at the Theatre of Dreams? Manchester United versus Tottenham. How do you feel that match is going to end? As a stalemate, or one team? Oh, they'll be playing at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. So who will be going on with the points? Is it going to be Tottenham? Is it going to be Manchester United? Or will they both share the spoils? One team is going to go down for sure. That is what it is. And also Manchester United, Ruben Amorim, some have criticized him to change his tactics from that 3-4-3 formation. Do you feel that leave this man, let him just do what he wants, or try and adapt to the situation that you're in? You're riddled with the injuries, so try and change it. And for Postecoglou, same thing. He's riddled with injuries. Is it time to change this man, or time for him to change his formation or the way he does things? And you feel he might be getting sacked? Maybe the first of the big six managers to get sacked this season might actually be Postecoglou. That's what you feel. Also, Arsenal in the race for the title. They do not have a striker with them at this moment, but it's not like it has not happened. It's not like Arteta hasn't done it before without the injuries that's riddled the team, and he has done it so far this season. Can he do it again? Can they sustain themselves to the end of the season? Or, as the guy said, should they get maybe a free agent that can hold them up till the end of the season, and then maybe go into the market and this time bring out money and buy somebody? Or, and it looks like it's 3 goals to, oh, it's an offside. It's been ruled for offside, and I think that was from, it's an offside. And the Liverpool would have made it 3 goals to nothing, but it's an offside. But they're still walking comfortably to the 3 points it doesn't look like as if they are threatened by Wolves so far. So it looks like as if the 3 points are in the bag unless Wolves do pull up a surprise in the league. But what do you guys feel about the matches and other topics talked about today? 0817 000951 and 0810951091 for the SMS and the WhatsApp port to 0701933996. Arsenal, Etanwaneri, Lewis Kelly, the two young guys showing themselves up. How long do you see them as starters, or could they be long-term starters in the Arsenal setup? And it looks like as if Arteta has found the solution for Saka starting, or for the burden on Saka in Etanwaneri. 5 Man of the Match awards in 8 appearances, a revelation for Arsenal. And also, how do Arsenal solve the patch of no striker this season? Gabriel Jesus out, Trossard, Martinelli out, Kai Havertz out. How are they going to solve that problem, and can they sustain for this long rush or the long run for the title? Also, Barcelona, Atletico Madrid, and also Real Madrid, both vying for the spot. They both had slip up yesterday. Real Madrid and Atletico de Madrid both drawing their matches, and looks like Barcelona have a chance to be able to come atop the table. But could they have a slip up this time, or would they come back to the top of the table after a rough patch that they did have? If they do win the match, they will be at top of the table with goal difference. 0817 000951 and 0810951091 for the SMS and the WhatsApp port to 0701 933 9962. All right, now we'll go on a short music break. When we do come back, we continue with the stories and the show.
Oluwa, can you fix the problem? Thunder, thunder, fire, that your reason. Where they give you tip to make you leave me. Thunder, thunder, fire, that your reason. I thought we in this together. Give you my necklace, spender. Give you my last cash, spender. I show you my best friend. I thought we in this together. Give you my necklace, spender. Show you my best friend. I give you my last cash, spender. Everything I do, I under 50, under. Oh, you let me under 50, understand. That's the way you do me, under 50, understand.
I never came to the beach or stood by the ocean. I never sat by the shore under the sun with my feet in the sand, but you brought me here, and I'm happy that you did, 'cause now I'm as free as birds catching the wind. I always thought I would sing, so I never swam. I never went boating, don't get out there floating. And sometimes I get so scared of what I can't understand. But here I am, next to you. The sky is more blue in Malibu. Next to you in Malibu. Next to you. We watch the sun go down as we're walking. I'd spend the rest of my life standing here talking. You explain the current as I just smile, hoping that you'll stay the same and nothing will change, and it'll be us just for a while. Do they even exist? That's when I make a wish, just swim away with the fish. 'Cause it's supposed to be this high all summer long. I never would have believed you if 3 years ago you told me I'd be here writing this song. But here I am, next to you. The sky is so blue in Malibu. Next to you in Sometimes I feel like I'm drowning and you're there to save me, and I wanna thank you with all of my heart. It's a brand new start, a dream come true in Malibu.
.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
Hope you enjoyed that and you've unwinded from all the stress that's happening in Nigeria. No light, heat day, everything is around, but you just needed that stress reliever. But we are still talking about what's going on in the top 5 leagues in Europe. It's still the marathon edition of 3 Sports Live on your premium news talk and sports radio station. 395.1. Wolves against Liverpool, currently 2 goals up against Wolves, and Liverpool had a penalty call there, but it was ruled out as a dive against Diogo Jota, and Conor Bradley coming in for the man. So it looks as if this might be an easy 3 points for Liverpool right there, and they extend the lead to 7 points on the table. Doesn't look like Arsenal are going anywhere. Can Arsenal keep up with us?
I think right now Arsenal are in the run for nothing. It's going to be difficult to keep up with this Liverpool side. It's quite obvious that they know that it's pretty getting close to the end of it all. And you know what happens when you're getting close to that point where you get to celebrate, where you get to pat yourself on the back and say we have done it right from the beginning. You get stronger. It's not the time to sleep off. That's where we used to say Arsenal has some issues, because they've not got that big heart to be able to muster the strength to end up winning what they are out there for. This is a Liverpool side that I think have got that big heart. So all they need to do right now is just find a way to grind out results, keep the gap the way it is, and it's going to be probably easy to get to the end of it all at the end of the season. So I think it's not a title for Arsenal to chase any longer. The gap continues to increase, it continues to open up, and I think it's going to widen up even before we get to the end of the season. The Liverpool side I see right now, it was like they had some sleep up against the game against Everton, but you know that is a derby game, so it's going to be a fight to finish. But this is Liverpool. They've been pretty excellent in this particular encounter with Wolverhampton Wanderers. 3 points in the bag, the best for Liverpool for an slot side at this point. Then look ahead and see which other one comes to play. Between now and the end of the season, this should be match day 26. If that is the case, then you have barely 12 games to go. So it's just to keep the concentration high, get the points. Even if you've not been, I don't think the Liverpool side is reeling with so much of injuries for key players like the others. So I think it's just a case of trying to hold on to what you've got, hold on to that space, that gap on the table between yourself and Arsenal. I think for Liverpool, it's going to be pretty easy to do that, because Arsenal is not a side that they could be shivering right now, that are going to chase from behind and try to give them a run for their money. It's basically Liverpool to win this league, and if they don't, then they're going to be asking, as Wolverhampton Wanderers have pulled one back through Acuna there. It's a relief for them. I think at this point, Liverpool would be releasing the what just happened right now, them not getting that penalty that would have given them that cushion that they need. But I think it's still in the bag for Liverpool. It's a game for them to win.
All right, and for Liverpool, looks as if now they've started working on eggshells, 2-1, and now they'll be trying as much as possible to be able to increase that lead or the 1-goal advantage they have now, because Wolves do not play when it comes to it all, and they are battling relegation. So you are fighting a team that is battling relegation. But later we'll be seeing two big heavyweights battle relegation. That is Manchester United versus Tottenham. But in the Nigeria Premier Football League, Enugu Rangers and Remo Stars currently playing 1-0 in favor of Remo Stars, and because Reliance right here in the studio. Reliance, Enugu Rangers, Remo Stars. Looks like Enugu Rangers might be the ones breaking or cutting off Remo Stars' 7 games unbeaten run.
When we talked about this particular matchup, I recall I mentioned, I think that was on Tuesday, that Remo Stars would drop points and very likely was going to start today against Rangers International of Enugu. There's a strong rivalry involving these two teams. So if eventually, in fact, the match can go either ways, because again, you want to look at it, Remo Stars this season is very dangerous at home, away from home. So anything can still happen. It's a match between two friends who are foes on a match day like today. Fidelis Ilechukwu and Daniel Ogumodede. So anything can still happen, but of course I'm not surprised that Rangers International have the lead at the moment. We'll cross over to that center in a bit to have a proper report of how the match is ongoing at the Cathedral for the Fidelis Ilechukwu side. But as it stands right now, the possibility, if Ogumodede is to drop any points thus far, if to have that lead cut short, it should be against Remo Stars, against Rangers International. It should be against Fidelis Ilechukwu. It should be against reigning champions of the Nigeria Premier Football League. So no surprises whatsoever, that Rangers is leading at this time.
Right, no surprises right there in the Nigeria Premier Football League. But is it a surprise for you, Nelson? There's actually Heartland of Owerri taking on Shooting Stars, and they are currently leading Shooting Stars. Shooting Stars have been actually impressive this season. Second on the table, just 8 points behind leaders Enugu, Remo Stars. And as Remo Stars are losing, it looks like a perfect time to close that gap. But they just aren't doing that right now. Surprise to you, or is this what you expected from Heartland of Owerri?
No, obviously, I don't know, we have not been very spectacular in the past few games, but the game that caught my attention is Enugu Rangers and Remo Stars game, and I'm looking at that game and I'm like, Ogumodede and his boys were proven to be the indomitable Lions at this point in time, because they have struggled for years. They would like to call them the Arsenals of the MPFL, because for years they have struggled to be in that top flight, or for them to lift that trophy, and it was not to be. But right now we are seeing a chance or a circle created for them to get their first trophy in the MPFL, and I feel that it's going to happen, but it just take consistency, and consistency is what will show in this game. If Enugu Rangers beat Remo Stars today, we are going to have a little bit of doubt, because we are all focusing our attention on the English Premier League or the Bundesliga and the rest of things. But in the MPFL here, right here in the MPFL, things are actually going on in the MPFL. The table is a bit closer, because from the first to the fifth positions, there are not much differences between those. There's not much gap between those positions, and we are looking at a 5-point cushion to win the league, or maybe a 3-point to win the league. And Remo Stars are the ones that are in high, will I say, they are in the high table to win the league. And Ilechukwu was coming out to say that his players need to do well to regain their championship or regain their status in the MPFL. But this game is going to prove a lot of things. It's going to prove to us that at least Ogumodede will come back stronger, or Enugu Rangers are back for the title race. So I think it's just a matter of time to see after the game. Let's see how the game will end and before we start giving out suggestions. But I feel that Ogumoride and Remo Stars need to take this game seriously, because if they lose this game, it's an open space for anybody to win the league at this point in time.
And that is how Maduforo has given Rangers International the second cushion in what stands to be the match of the week in the Nigeria Premier Football League. It's currently 2-0 in favor of the home side. That switches our attentions to the Nigerian football this evening on today's Sports Celebration, you from the studios of your premium news talk and sports radio station Today 95.1 right in the Garden City of Port Harcourt. Yesterday we saw clash of elephants, clash of mighty teams between Enyimba International of Aba and Rivers United, the pride of Rivers, going up against Enyimba as Enyimba International Stadium. I understand the gates were thrown open for fans to troop in and show support to the People's Elephants because they so needed that point, and what a way to earn it. It was just one goal separating both sides as Finidi just come out to talk about the possibility and why they lost to perennial rivals Enyimba in the Nigeria Premier Football League quest for this particular season. So it was Enyimba who reigned supreme.
Rugged man with the thunderstorm.
Clear well for Enyimba. Are you looking for trouble? Go to the Enyimba International Stadium and find that trouble, because the People's Elephants will give it to you. Right now, they have a coach that knows what it means to win the Nigeria Premier Football League. With Dolphins United back in the days, Dolphins FC that is back in the days, with Rivers United. And of course, he is one of the longest standing coaches in the Nigeria Premier Football League. I'm talking about Stanley Eguma, who currently has a record. He has a record in the Nigeria Premier Football League yet to be broken. In fact, with Rivers United, formerly Dolphins, he stepped that record up some points up in that particular record. So that's what Enyimba has at the moment. And of course, I think it's a good marriage. You could disagree with me, of course, because looking at it, you're looking at somebody that knows what it means to play or to coach in the Nigeria Premier Football League, has won the league, before, and he has a standing record in the Nigeria Premier Football League as a coach. Stanley Eguma, the coach of Enyimba. Enyimba knows what it means to win the Nigeria Premier Football League. And Enyimba equally do have a standing record in the Nigeria Premier Football League. 9-time winners of the league. And by the way, Rangers is edging closer. If they win this season, they're going to have to record that record. So it's a marriage of coaches, or let's say marriage of mates with record. Stanley Guma with Enyimba. They were able to get one past Rivers United, Finidi George. So Stanley Guma was able to get one past his former club Rivers United in the clash yesterday. But currently, as we speak, match is ongoing. My name remains Reliable Reliance Udanyin as we looked onto Nigerian football on the show this evening. Osas, the demigod in the world of sports, is here with me. Nelson Odia is equally here with me. So wherever you've been, it's time to discuss Nigerian football. Do not forget that March is going to be very, very important. Just a couple of minutes, just a couple of seconds, just a couple of hours, just a couple of days and weeks and months, we head into the international window, and it's going to be very crucial. In fact, this international window, or an international window, has never been so crucial for Nigeria, just as this one is going to be, because Nigeria must win these two matches, at least as a step forward to going to the Americas in 2026. Right? There's Zimbabwe, right? There's Rwanda. So they must start here. And Eric Chell, all eyes on the former Malian international, the former Mali coach, Eric Sekuchel. What can you do with this team? He has invited ex-international to come into the team and cheer the players on. Wankwa Kanu, JJ Okocha, you mentioned them. He has invited them to join the team to cheer the boys, because right now they need to be up there mentally, right? They need to have their mental state so optimally ready to take on the next crucial matches because they must win, at least for starters, to dream of going to the Americas. So Eritrea has a Herculean task in front of him to turn around the fortunes of Nigeria heading to the next World Cup. Else, Nigeria will miss out back-to-back in World Cups. Qatar 2022, Nigeria wasn't there. And next is going to be in the Americas. Will Nigeria be there? Well, it depends on Eric Sekuchel. It depends on the players right now. They have the ball in their court and they must make the right decision. They must score the right goals. They must take the right chances if they are to make it to the Americas next year, 2026. So all of that, coming up in a couple of weeks. It's no longer a matter of months. It's a matter of weeks. And there have been reports, rumors surrounding who is going to play. Jacob Murphy could stand a chance to be invited, according to report by Eric Sekuchel. He's 29 years of age. A couple of guys. I mean, before now, we heard of Kani Chukwuemeka, Leslie Ugochukwu, the Chelsea duo. Well, officially, that's not happening. At least nothing official has been confirmed about these two switching allegiance to play for Nigeria. Right? So a lot has been happening to the build-up to that particular international window that is going to be very crucial for Nigeria. Should players from the Nigeria Premier Football League be invited? It's also part of the conversation because, you want to look at it, especially in the goalkeeping department, where report emerged some couple of days ago that Maduka Okoye, who is currently battling return from injury and, of course, issues in courts and stuff, could be omitted, leaving only the man in South Africa at the moment, Stanley Nwabali, and then probably one other goalkeeper. So that led to many suggesting that, look, go into the Nigeria Premier Football League and find goalkeepers. There's Bright Osai Kingdom. Go in there and bring him. All right, he's going to come deliver for Nigeria. So a lot has been happening. We await the revealing of that list. We are so anticipating that list. It must come very soon. Eric Sekuchel must give us that list. So let's know who is in there. And many believe that the man has been surprising. Looking at how he played against other teams in the Nations Cup, just that he was, or maybe he wasn't, maybe time and unforeseen occurrences happened to him when he played against the eventual winner of the last AFCON Ivory Coast, where they had to come back and win. Maybe. But there's that belief that he now has better players at his disposal compared to what he had before. And so for that reason, he should be able to deliver optimally. Victor Osimhen is on fire since he went to Galatasaray in Turkey. Now look at it. He did not feature in the last match against Ezid Akma, and they were badly beaten. He was suspended due to accumulated yellow cards. Victor Osimhen. Ademola Lookman is on fire. Any match he's not playing for Atalanta, it's a problem. There are hopes that he's going to return to play for Nigeria. Is it Ola Aino that was once suggested as the possible replacement, the permanent replacement of the man that plays in Italy right now, who formerly played for Manchester City? I'm talking about Kyle Walker. He's on fire as well. Or is it Alex Iwobi? Is it Calvin Bassey? Even the ones that have not seen playing time in the shirt of the Super Eagles for the past couple of weeks, or let's say months, have been on fire. Joseph Ayodele Aribo, Taiwo Owoniyi is beginning to score goals. So you look at all of these guys and you're like, whoa, there's a lot that Eric Sekuchel can put together, can galvanize and deliver the qualifiers. Because right now, the qualifiers for the World Cup looks more important than even the AFCON that comes up in Morocco later this year, December this year, spanning into January 2026. So there's a lot going on. I don't know where you find yourself in all of this. I don't know what your belief is. I don't know where you are rooted in all of this. But I would like to know. Because it's always a conversation each time I'm here. We discuss together. I would like to know where you find yourself in all of this. The goalkeeping department. Would you want Eric Sekuchel to have somebody from the Nigeria Premier Football League come feature? Would you want that? Or you should make sure, no matter what happens, Maduka Okoye is part of that team? And do you think that the invitation of these other guys who are yet to switch allegiance will come in handy for Nigeria? For instance, Leslie Ugochukwu, for instance, Kani Chukwuemeka, for instance, Jacob Murphy is 29, by the way, and some other guys. if they come into the team right now, do you think it's going to hold any merit, any credit, any profit for Nigeria on the pitch of play, or is going to, what's the word, disrupt the chemistry that already exists? Because right now we can practically close our eyes and say Ademola Lookman on one side, Victor Osimhen on the other side, Samuel Chukwueze on the other side, and the shop is closed. And then they'll go in there and deliver, right? But if you go on inviting some other guys, that chemistry could be disrupted. The midfield, maybe that's where there's lack of that chemistry a little bit, because some have been talking about the possibility of having somebody that creates. They say that Alex Iwobi is not creating enough. He's not creating enough. He's not even the playmaker of the team. So that's where suggestions have been made regarding some players like Kani. Leslie is actually a defensive midfielder. And of course, there's also talks about that defensive midfield department. So there's Leslie Ugochukwu that can come in, all right, to give a stand competition. That's if he decides to switch allegiance to Nigeria, he can come in and give that competition. But now, the talks about the midfield department, the defensive midfield department, is that Wilfred Onyinye Ndidi is no longer in the best of forms, all right? He used to be the spine of that midfield. And some do not believe in what, what's his name, Yusuf can offer. But Ayodele Aribo has not been having game time with the Super Eagles for the past couple of months. But there's Frank Onyeka. Don't we have him? There's Ralph Onyedika. By the way, at Anfield, State Liverpool 2, Wolverhampton Wanderers 1. The match is going into the 83rd minute, and there's going to be a free kick for Liverpool. They are trying to seal these things. They're trying to make sure that it's clearly 7 points at the top of the English Premier League table. So, what do you make of all of these as we edge closer to the international window? The key talking point here is about our goalkeeping department. Recall the legendary Vincent Nyema from the Nigeria Premier Football League, from Enyimba. He made it into the Super Eagles. So when you look at how it has been for the past couple of years, and you're like, follow the same map, follow the same map, follow who know road. It'd be like, when you get a goalkeeper from the MPFL, then Sabi road. So follow who know road. Some say, follow who know road, but carry transport. Transport's dear these days. They're expensive. So maybe you might want him to toe that path, but he's yet to watch. At least I've not heard any reports. I don't know, have you heard any report of Sekuche watching any match in the Nigeria Premier Football League since appointed?
No report. It's been he's not even been stable in Nigeria. Remember, a few weeks ago he was in the United Kingdom. He was in the English Premier League environment, trying to meet up with some of the Nigerian players over there. I must commend him for one thing. The man has understood that for him to deliver, he needs the contributions of everybody. Yeah, he has also understood that coming into the entire Nigerian setup to become the coach of the Super Eagles of Nigeria, some toes were stepped upon, because we saw all the drama that took place before he was consolidated or unveiled as the manager or coach of the Super Eagles of Nigeria. We had some former players of the Super Eagles come up to say, no, this is not the man. It's not as if every person were in agreement with him with coming in. So he just decided to, that move he just made, calling each and every one of them to come in and see how to spike these boys.
Wouldn't it be counterproductive? How will you feel, right, if you have somebody that was against your employment? Like, now, I mean, J.J. Okocha was very vocal about it. Before, eventually, it looked as if he, I don't know, for some reason, decided to retrieve his words and say, yeah, let's give him the support. Or probably he thought that this man has already been appointed, so there's no need to cry foul. So let's give him the support. But he was very vocal about his appointment. And you are going to invite him to come to the team, the camp, and, cheer the players. in this crucial time? Don't you think it's going to be counterproductive?
No, I don't think it will be counterproductive. It's going to be 100% productive for me because it's now the man Eric Chell who seems to be higher at this point, who seems to be at the hem of affairs, reaching out to you to say, "Come in, let's bury the hatchet, let's bury every bad blood and see how
Nigerians,
to."
they bury hatchet.
Sorry?
Nigerians, they bury hatchet.
It's possible. They do it.
I know it's possible, but they do
human
it.
beings. They do it. Why not?
Okay.
Why not?
Okay.
So now, for JJ Okocha to be called down there, he now feels being an integral part of the Super Eagles of Nigeria. Whatever he has to contribute, he would no longer hold back, but contribute to the betterment of the Super Eagles of Nigeria. So it's I think it's a very welcome development at this point. It's the right step that Eric Chell has taken. Also going to the English Premier League to meet up with some of the players is one other good step that he did take, because these are the players that will definitely speak to their the other players within the camp to see how to give more than 100% of whatever they can bring at this point. So I think he has pretty started on a good note. He's not watched the Nigerian Premier Football League. I believe he's going to do that. It's just pretty early at this point to start hitting at him or criticizing him for not watching the Nigerian Premier Football League. I said it before, the FIFA World Cup qualifiers is just around the corner. If you're looking at it and saying next month, March, no. Look at it and say it's about some 2 to 3 weeks away from now. It's the 17th of March. If you look at that, it's about 3 weeks in between now and that period. So I think what he needs to do at this point is get the right personnel to come in. From the whole rumors we are hearing concerning the 31-man provisional list that he did submit, we've had some names. For me, I've had some names that have actually hit me to say, yeah, I think we're in the right direction. Maduka Okoye, it's looking like he's not going to be part of this one because of some of the issues he had with investigation there. But the good news is he has been checked, and the investigation has the investigators have stated that no substantive evidence has been found against him, so he could at the end of the day make that list or make it to the Super Eagles of Nigeria. Also, there's that shout that now we are hearing is part of the whole setup at this point, and that is Chrysanthus Uche to help improve the quality in the midfield.
Bring all these persons.
Yes,
you need it. You know, it's not too sudden.
No, it's not too sudden. Now, you've been seeing the quality of this young man in the Spanish La Liga in Getafe. We have also been having Al Hassan Yusuf most of the times make the list right now. So it's just taking out one and replacing with another. If you place Chrysanthus Uche side by side with Al Hassan Yusuf, even you as you are there now seated there, if you're given the chance to pick one of them, definitely you're going to be picking Chrysanthus Uche. Why shouldn't Eric Chell be picking Chrysanthus Uche, even if he has not worked with him? I know that's the direction you're trying to do. You haven't worked with him. But a Chrysanthus Uche up against an Al Hassan Yusuf. Al Hassan Yusuf is in the MLS. Revolution, yeah, the one club in the MLS. Now, the quality of the MLS and the La Liga, you can't compare. The quality of both players presently right now, you cannot compare. So, Chrysanthus Uche has done everything possible to get a call-up into the Super Eagles of Nigeria. If you're talking about unseating the major players, being Alex Iwobi in that position and maybe Fisayodele Basiru in that position, I think for now, no. He needs to come into the team, but he needs to start getting those call-ups. He needs to start understanding that he has a stake in the Super Eagles of Nigeria. So I think that one is pretty good. We felt that we were going to have some issues with the defense line because of the injuries of Simi Ajayi and certain players, but we are still seeing that we're still having defensive players good enough. We have Calvin Bassey right now doing everything that every good defender should do right now in the English Premier League. He scored yesterday. Was that yesterday? Yeah, he scored yesterday in the game where Fulham defeated Nottingham Forest. Yeah. So that's to show you that fine. You at least it's going to be giving Eric Chell that sense of positivity that there is somebody who is in form in your defense lineup. Yeah, his pairing with William Struz-Ekong will definitely be productive, because for him to be in form, he definitely will be covering for any of the physical lapses of William Struz-Ekong that has to come in.
Who do you
with
think is going to
age
have lapses
in that defense
in that
line?
defense? If you have to pick Calvin Bassey and Struz-Ekong,
I think it's going to be Struz-Ekong, because of the physical commitment. The age is no longer on his side, but the experience will count for it.
but both players look slow.
Calvin Bassey is not as slow as Struz-Ekong. He's not slow. He's not slow. Yeah, but normally central defenders are not as quick as that's why the what's the name of the man in Tottenham Hotspur, Van der Ven. That's the reason why everyone celebrates him, because he's one of the quickest centre backs that you can have this time in football. So I think for William Struz-Ekong, there's going to be some lapses that has to come in with the physical strain that we placed on him because of age. It's no longer on his side. But if you look at Calvin Bassey with the newfound form, definitely he's going to cover for that. There's going to be that proper pairing. Then if you look at those who are outside in terms of centre-back duties, we have Anu Lisanda, who is doing pretty well in Orlando Pirates. We also have a Gabriel Osho, who is doing pretty well in Auxerre, right there in the French Ligue 1. So these are centre-backs that can come in and do... there's a shout for Toruna Riga in the Belgian league to come in also. So if that happens, fine, good and fine. But I think in the central defense department, where we thought that we have much of issues, there are hands that can handle that. Then in the midfield, oh goodness me, thank God Chrysanthos Uche is coming in. Having three creative heads there, you can play around them. Then we also have Fisayo Dele Bashiri and Alex Iwobi. Now you also have the likes of a solid behind. There's a solid behind when it has to do with the midfield. There is the tank himself, Frank Onyeka. There's Raf Onyedika, who is also in good form for Club Brugge. Yeah, we saw him in the UEFA Champions League. He got a goal in this playoff stage. So you have two solid hands behind. There's also a Wilfred Ndidi, who is doing pretty well for Leicester City. We saw him yesterday. He marshals that defense. He's no longer Wilfred Ndidi that came back from injuries and found it difficult to rejuvenate himself or get back into form. Now he's slowly and steadily getting back into the form where we used to know him for before. So he's also a good addition to Eric Chell's midfield at this point. Then our forward players, beautiful.
The least to talk about the forward players, the better, because there are a lot of options.
Unopposed is a Victor Osimhen. Most likely, unopposed also is an Ademola Lookman. Victor Boniface is there. He's also putting in the numbers. We saw what he did in the that was the semi-finals of the semi-finals or the quarterfinals of the DFB Poker. Yeah, getting that late goal. His contributions in that particular one, that was against FC Cologne. I think that was the quarterfinals or the semi-finals. Quarterfinals, that took them to the semis. So we saw what he did. Then we also have a plethora of striking players all over. There is Cyril Dessers. I think he got a goal today.
He has been on fire for Rangers.
We also have
Simon
Tolu Arokodare also is there. I'm looking at players who have not had the shout already in the Super Eagles of Nigeria, in case he wanted to add them to that list, or they are presently in that list. So we have these players. There is Ako Adam somewhere also. I think he has joined Sevilla. So these are players that we can also look at. Not talking about the ones that we already have in Samuel Chukwueze, Moses Simon. What more do you want? Aribo is hitting hard.
Okay. Nelson, this is where I am more interested. I mean, Osas has elaborated a couple of the options that Nigeria do have at the moment and can win them something, right? Can qualify them for the World Cup. But I'm more interested in something here, and this is it. When Finidi George took over from Ose Peseiro, right, it was believed, many persons thought, in this studio, many of us thought that just come in, allow that same blueprint that Peseiro used, and then flow with it and see what they can achieve. Do not tweak much. Just like the man that is leading right now, right, at the top of the English Premier League table. It came in. It hasn't tweaked much, but flow with the spine, the skeleton built already by Jurgen Klopp, because that was a successful skeleton, right? for the Super Eagles, it was equally a successful skeleton, a schematic that succeeded relatively because they got to the final of the AFCON, only to lose to eventual champions, of course, and the host Ivory Coast. So it was a relatively successful schematic that was already put in place. So many persons thought you're coming in, you're not as experienced as Ose Pesero. So just flow with it, right? And then see what they can achieve. But the man came and had his own plans and did otherwise. And it was not the best of results by Finidi George. Before eventually resignation due to NFF wanting to go behind his back to get a technical expert. And then he resigned. But even before then, the results were not forthcoming, just like as Nigeria would love them. Why? The general belief is that he tweaked that team too much, understanding that he does not have so much experience at that level. Now, with that already as an antecedent, a history, do you think Eric Sekuchel, who equally does not have much experience at that level, yes, he has taken a team to the AFCON, but he does not have much experience at that level. Do you think he should come in and start inviting new players at this time? Isn't it too crucial? Osas has mentioned possible invitees, potential invitees. Akko Adams, Cyril Desa, Chrysanthus Uche, Araroko Dare, Tonariga, who again? He has highlighted a couple of them that can come in. Don't you think it's too crucial a time? Don't you think this might be just another scenario that happened to Finidi about to happen? If he goes in there and bringing new guys into this team in a crucial period like this, don't you think it's going to be counterproductive?
Well, let's look at the time of Finidi George, and let's look at it and this period of Eric Sekuchel, and let's construct both of them. Time of Finidi George, we won Ghana, we lost to Mali, we lost to Benin, and it was causing problem between our stars. The likes of Victor Osimhen had to come out and say the coach of Finidi George is not saying the right thing, that he's not abandoning his teammates. That's one area we look out for. He brought in a certain player from the Tunisian league. The defender, I've forgotten his name. Just skip my head.
The guy that came from Ihefo FC.
Yes, Ihefo FC.
What's his name?
Just skip my mind.
He was playing in the Nigeria Premier for Benjamin Tanimu.
Yeah, Benjamin Tamino, yes. He brought in Benjamin Tamino to defense, looking to strengthen defense, but it was just the same thing that happened the last time. And we are looking at Eric Chel. We saw what he did with Mali side of things. We saw how he used, will I say, the only big name in the Malian international team then was Bissouma. Bissouma was the only big name in the Malian national team. And you saw how he used arrays of young talent to his disposal in the Malian national team. Young talents were flocking his midfield, long talent was in attack. We were seeing young talent, they were doing very well in the AFCON. And you say, what has this man envisioned for Nigeria? He has traveled to the UK to get players. Jacob Murphy, tried to talk to Jacob Murphy, tried to talk to Ugochukwu of Chelsea, and also Kanechukwu Emeka of Chelsea, and also trying to get Chrysanthus Uche, and as Osas has mentioned already. And I'm looking at this, it's not a mistake he's doing, because if you look at the Nigerian setup, the last time we played the last AFCON qualifiers, we played Rwanda, and we lost to Rwanda in Uyo here. And some people are saying that game was just a deadlock game. We just have to just play it. There's no problem out. Dead rubber game. We have to play it. So that game, if I'm a manager of that, I'm a newly appointed manager of the Super Eagles, I watch that game, I will go back and look at that game, and I'm like, these players need the right mentality. These players need to know that every game is not taken for granted. We went to Rwanda at their home, and we ended up coming back with 1 point. In the World Cup qualifier, that's crucial for Nigeria. We want to be like Ghana that will not go to the World Cup or anything. We are Nigeria, a big name in African football. Morocco is now ahead of us. Egypt is ahead of us. Ivory Coast are getting ahead of us. So what you need to do is he did one thing. You mentioned him calling out ex-internationals for the team. that was I talk about mentality. Mentality is building the mentality of these boys to know that we are not here to play. We are champions. Let's not forget the Atlanta 96 where Kanu Wanko and Jojo Kocha were playing and they were losing to Brazil and they had to come back in that game. That was mentality that made them to do that. The mentality of the coach after the halftime, they came back and win the game. So what I'm saying is calling these players and calling new players to the setup is not a mistake at all. It's that
it's not going to be kind of productive. It's not going to disrupt the chemistry of the team.
It's not going to. The chemistry of the team is as bad as it is. The attacking array is beautiful, but the defense line is also okay. Introduction of Gabriel Osho from into the defense line, good one. And we have the likes of Ekong, Fulham defender. We have areas of defenders in the Nigeria Super Eagles. But the midfield is the problem. Alex Iwobi can perform in Fulham today. When it comes to Super Eagles tomorrow, nothing to show for it. The likes of Rafael Yonika is doing well for the club. When it comes to Super Eagles, we will not see him do it. And Tele Bashiru, same thing. So him bringing in Cristiano Uche is to make these people know that, Baba, if you are not playing very well, there are people that will be here to substitute you. And it will be a shame to your name that you came before these guys and they'll use you to shine and they'll be in that level of high esteem and being praised by the Nigerians and you'll be on the bench. So what he's trying to do is to make the players know, make Alex Nwobi and the rest of the players know that you are not the only Nigerian in this team. There are Nigerians out there, plenty. If you just go out for them and bring them to the national team, they will do very well.
At this very crucial moment, right? This very crucial moment.
So it's now time for him to do that. Let the mentality of the players know that, okay, this guy is going to UK. What is he doing there? Is to get players to replace us. So when we come to the first game in the World Cup qualifiers, let's show him what we got. The midfield should be good. And also we should bring out the 8 top performances bringing out for Fulham. Calvin Bassey should do the same thing. Rafael Yonika should do the same thing. We should not expect you see a ball coming and you see a defender or you see an attacker and you just leave him to go. The same energy that Osimhen is bringing to that team, Osimhen can be in the bench and hype up the players. Osimhen can be in the field, hype up the players. So this player should emulate that lifestyle. Do not take every game for granted. Do not take everything for granted. You are representing Nigeria everywhere. Nigeria is now most often stock for even South Africans. They are using Nigeria as even the coach of South Africa came out to say that if Nigeria qualify for the AFCON and the World Cup, they should lose this job or something like that. Nigeria is not in laughing stock for most African countries. So what I'm saying in essence is him doing this is to ensure that the players know that yes, he's going to UK to get players, and if I did not do very well, bring up my 8 top performance, I will be subbed or I will be out of and replaced by a no-name Uche or a no-name Torina Vega or maybe anybody from the MPFL or anybody from Europe. Jacob Murphy, if he comes, is a very big one for Nigeria too. So what I'm saying in essence is, if he's doing this, he knows what he's doing, and I feel that it's not going to backfire to him based on the fact that he's trying to make this team feel more important or put them in that map they were before in those days. In those days, you cannot play Nigeria and you not get scared. When you see the likes of Kanu Wanko, JJ Okocha and the rest of things, you have to get scared. So right now is to create that mentality in these boys that you are here to play for your country. You are playing for the badge. So if you do not play very well, you'll be subbed up. So I think it's going to affect.
You think it's the right time? It's the right time, right?
It's the right time to because the midfield is very, very embarrassing. I'll tell you the truth. So it's the right time for us to bring in new players that want to play for the badge. So if Umobi is not playing very well, Uche will sub him off. If Uche not playing very well, Oyendika will sub him off. So I think it's a good one, but it should just take it in the right direction and don't make the players we have already to feel that less important or anything. Just make the competition healthy, so that we will see a very healthy Nigerian side that has a array of talent and can do anything to give us at least an AFCON. At least an AFCON, or let's put the current one on the table, the qualifiers. Let's go to the World Cup first and say that yes, we are already there. Even if we lose and come back, we are already in the World Cup. So it's a good one.
Okay, so that's the first talking point. Before we switch to another talking point, do you think new invitees should be included in the Super Eagles ahead of how many weeks from now? Barely 4 weeks plus. Yeah, barely 4 weeks plus. So do you think new invitees, do you think we should have new invitees into the Super Eagles squad just a couple of weeks before the World Cup qualifiers comes up, where Nigeria is in a very pitiful condition? All right, that's the first talking point on the show. Let's know what you think. The SMS in the WhatsApp portal is there for your reactions. 0701 9339 962. That is 0701 9339 962. Is there any need for new players to be included in the squad right now? Don't you think it's going to disrupt the chemistry of the players already? Because they know, communication is very important in football, isn't it? So imagine Trusekong and Benjamin Tanimu partnering at the centre back. I don't know why. I don't know why that reaction. But just imagine Trusekong and Benjamin Tanimu partnering at the centre back, and then one mistake or the other against Rwanda, boom, it don't happen.
Benjamin Tanimu and Williams Trusekong can't really. They can't partner.
Anyways, I'm just giving an instance, right? I'm just giving an instance of the possibility.
But inclusion of new players, I think is needed. Is needed.
Okay,
it's quite needed.
Okay, so do you agree with the guys in the studio that it's needed? All right, so use the SMS in the WhatsApp portal for now. 0701 9339 962. That is 0701 9339 962. Another talking point is, should a goalkeeper be invited from the Nigeria Premier Football League? Go back to your roots, trace your roots, go back to where you came from. That is what has been working for the country in football. Apart from the emergence of Stanley Nwabali. In fact, Stanley Nwabali is a product of the MPFL, isn't he?
Which goalkeeper wasn't a product of the MPFL apart from Kali Keme?
Yeah.
Every goalkeeper was part. Now, if
Maduka Okoye is he a product of the MPFL?
Okay, Maduka Okoye wasn't.
It's not a direct product of the MPFL,
but he has that love for Rangers International.
Having that love does not mean you're a product of the MPFL.
While here, he said the dad used to take him to watch some of the games.
Leave all these things away. Leave all these things away.
Most of the goalkeepers we have
know
came
we are talking about
from the MPFL. Yes, and if you're looking at back in the days, the early 90s, the late 80s, where else do you want them to come from? During those days, Nigerian players were not shipped outside, or we having players of Nigerian descent coming to the limelight like we have these days. Football has changed in Nigeria here. Back then, players used to move, or players who represented the Super Eagles or Green Eagles or Red Devils, if you want to call them, back then, were players that played in the Nigerian Premier or Professional Football League, anyone you want to call it. They were players that played right here, from stationery stores, from Mighty Jets, from Shooting Stars, or called 3SC as at then, in Wayamu National. These were players that represented the Super Eagles of Nigeria. But now, we have quality clash between players right here and players outside. And it seems the players outside outshine the ones that we have right here in the Nigerian Premier Football League. So that's the reason why you're seeing players from that side come through. It's not as if the Nigerian Premier Football League doesn't have quality, but the quality that we have not been well fashioned or well polished to be able to match the quality that is coming from outside. That's the reason why.
Can you streamline this to the goalkeeping department?
Yes, that's where I'm going to.
Mm-hmm.
Now, that's the reason why any person who looks at calling a goalkeeper, looks at Eric Chell calling a goalkeeper from the MPFL, has double thoughts as regards that. A lot of persons feel a Maduka Okoye who is not performing, a Francis Uzoho somewhere who is not performing, a Dele, is that Dele Adele, who is also not maybe hitting it pretty hard, is probably better than the likes of Kingdom Osai, Henry Ozoemena, and all the rest. You saw Henry Ozoemena, which is one of the names that is being tipped to be added to that 31-man list of Eric Chell. You saw him during the CAF Confederations Cup. Blunders here and there in the CAF Confederations Cup for Eyimba against the likes of Al Masri. We saw the one that happened here against Zamalek, and even the one against Black Bulls also had so much of issues. Is that what you want to take?
Andre Onana in Manchester United.
Yes.
I think it was that same week. He made a similar mistake to what was done by the Eyimba goalkeeper.
Yes.
So does that
These are one of, but you could see that
Andre Onana one does not look like he's one of.
Andre Onana makes such a mistake, and in the next 2-3 games he saves Manchester United. Ozwe Mena makes a mistake today, and in the next 2 games he makes it worse.
You think?
Now, it's not about making the mistake alone. What are the qualities of a goalkeeper that you should be looking at for the Super Eagles? These are things that you don't see in most of the MPFL goalkeepers. When I mean these qualities, what's your ball playing quality as a goalkeeper? Can you launch? How many of the MPFL players, goalkeepers, do we have that can actually assist goals right from inside their 18-yard boxes? None. Now, what's your judgment
How many of the MPFL goalkeepers have you watched?
I've watched a couple of them.
40-something
yes
goalkeepers in the league.
I don't watch each game constantly, continuously, because we don't have that leverage. But I go as far as following the highlights through certain accounts.
Highlights is not good enough. Highlights is not good enough.
No,
it's not good enough.
Those highlights have shown to us that in the MPFL this season we have had quality free kick takers in the MPFL. Go check it.
But the point is, when you want to do, highlights are just a particular instance in the game that
I put it to you, Reliance.
that should generate reactions.
I put it to you, Reliance. If a goalkeeper should assist a striker from the convenience of his 18-yard box, it's going to be on the highlights in the MPFL.
Yes, it will be.
So where is it?
It will be. But then again, that goalkeeper assists
a
striker.
Ederson Moraes does.
Hold on now. That goalkeeper assists a striker, right? And it's going to be in the highlight. And that same goalkeeper goes on to make a blunder. Do you think that one will make a highlight?
No, but the one where he did that assist will definitely make a highlight.
So
it will.
So highlights only shows you what they think you should see and maybe give praises,
At
right?
least let's see it.
Those catchy points.
At least let's see
it will not allow you to give a comprehensive. It might not give you a comprehensive view or thought about what this goalkeeper is.
Reliance, can you beat your chest and say an MPFL goalkeeper should stand in between the sticks for the Super Eagles of Nigeria?
When I'm on the other side, I'll answer you that question.
Okay.
There was one goalkeeper that featured for the Super Eagles, I think under Jose Pesero. He has that dread hair or something. It was from one of the MPFL team like that. Whether it's Abiodun, I've forgotten his name. But basically, I think the goalkeepers of the MPFL, if you watch the games, even Ozomena, when we watching our schemes there in the continental,
we are even going
League.
far. The same as Zomena saved Nyimba.
So Chima Victor, it's another name you can call that can be able to do the same.
That one is no longer the MPFL, but an MPFL product here.
But look, Nigerian goalkeepers are good. They are good, but when you talk about standard goalkeeping, we will not go. I don't think we should go for Nigerian goalkeepers. I think we should go for the.
What's the difference between good goalkeepers and standard goalkeeping?
Standard goalkeepers, will you bring out an Ederson Moraes and compare with any of the MPFL players, any MPFL keepers?
I'm gonna ask you a question back. Will you bring out Ederson Moraes and compare to let's use the same Ederson Moraes and compare to, I can't get any name, but let's say a Bournemouth goalkeeper, for instance.
Bournemouth goalkeeper, that is Arisa Balaga you're talking about. No, I won't, because the man had the assist in the MPFL in the Premier League.
So why wouldn't you do that?
Mr. Velian, let me call a smaller goalkeeper maybe in the European setup. Let's call in maybe a Vicario of Tottenham. Vicario. Compared to most
Alison
of the
Becker.
MPFL keeper.
Okay, that's what you're going to compare to MPFL players.
Yes, I'll compare to the MPFL keeper, because MPFL keepers, most of them have more experience than this Vicario you're talking about. Most experience. Okay, Henry Ozomena has been on the sticks of goalkeeping for a very long time. The likes of Victor Sochima have done the same thing. But when you're looking at these players, what they are doing the pitch is a little bit different. We have seen many MPFL clips, like Osas have said. We don't have the to watch it in our television, but we have seen clips.
Match is dead. We have seen. More than ready to give this excuse.
We have seen another cups.
Matches. Bros. Match is dead TV. MPFL match is dead TV.
Right now they're in TV.
MPFL match is dead streaming platform.
Yes.
Watch you.
Mr.
When I already give these excuses.
Let's be practical.
What?
Let's be simple about
We
ourselves.
are practical, yes.
If you are the coach, or if any of us here is the coach of the Super Eagles, will you want to include an MPFL goalkeeper when you have?
By the way, the Vicario you just mentioned is one of the Italian national team goalkeeper.
Yes,
you know?
he is. I know he is national team goalkeeper. So the mistakes or the howlers these players make in the European, this goalkeeper making in the European stage, it's not the same thing we make here. I mean, we saw Ozomena a few weeks ago in the continental competition where the Champions League were being played in the African continent. He made a howler and we paid for it against Amar Seri. He paid for it.
Ederson Moraes has made a howler before.
Ederson made howler.
Ederson has made howlers. Ederson have made howlers.
Onana have made howlers.
Onana have made howlers.
But what would they do after that howlers that would determine their goalkeepers? Assist. Saves.
How many goalkeepers do assist? How many?
Mister, we know.
How many assists does Ederson Moraes has? How many does Alisson Becker has?
When I'm talking about
now, when these goalkeepers make these highlights in the MPFL, do you follow their subsequent 5 matches and also look at if they do not make saves?
They do make saves.
So what are we saying?
No, see, what I'm saying is this. Sorry if I may be cutting you there, because I brought the whole assist and issue. No, let's not dwell on the assist. What I'm saying is the quality. It's not about you standing in between the sticks for the Super Eagles of Nigeria. Do you have that quality?
What's the quality of a goalkeeper?
The quality of a goalkeeper, there are many.
Let's
his
have
ability to coordinate his reflexes, and make sure that he keeps the ball away from going into the net.
That's making saves too.
His what's it called? His ability to read the game.
3.
His ability to marshal his defense.
4.
His ability to contribute offensively.
That's if he's a ball-playing goalkeeper.
If he's what do you have these days now? Ball-playing goalkeepers.
That's what you have these days. Does it mean that we don't have non-ball-playing goalkeepers?
You
then
should
still there.
We have now. What
it depends on what your coach wants from you.
What football is right now is not just you don't have stagnant players. You have
in the Cameroonian national team under what's his name? Was it the last AFCON before last? Onana said, I think this should be AFCON before last because the last AFCON he was not the mainstay. Onana said he likes playing the ball, and the coach said, "Oga, stay back."
And wait, where did he get ended?
Is that the only determining factor of where he ended?
No,
it can't be. So the point is, in the end, it still has to do with what the coach wants from you.
What the coach wants from you. I want to ask you a question. If you are the coach of the Super Eagles of Nigeria, and
until I am the coach,
you have a Maduka Okoye who provides these qualities to you, even the quality of being a ball-playing goalkeeper, and you have a Kingdom Osai who is more or less rigid as a goalkeeper, even if he's pretty sound and has got good reflexes. Who do you think you will go for?
Until I'm the coach.
I think you're just trying to run.
No, I'm not running away. I'm not on the seat to answer questions. I'm only saying that until I'm the coach, then I will decide, because in the end it has to do with. Let's give an instance. When Pep Guardiola came to Man City, he wanted a ball-playing goalkeeper.
Who is that?
Pep Guardiola came to Man City. He decided to let go of Joe Hart because Joe Hart is not your regular ball-playing goalkeeper. He went for Claudio Bravo from Barca. It didn't work out. He had to let him go again. They went for Ederson Moraes and some couple goalkeepers he had. That's what he wanted. But other coaches will come in and they will. I mean, Joe Hart was one of the top goalkeepers in the EPL that period. So in the end, there are other coaches who will come in and they will be okay with Joe Hart. Should I give you another instance? In Chelsea, how bad was Edouard Mendy doing? How bad was he doing?
He made howlers too. Lots of howlers.
Okay, so
Keeper Arrizabalaga did not make howlers. That was eventually preferred over Edouard Mendy.
Yes.
What are we saying?
So why was Mendy let go?
Was that the reason why he was let go?
Why was he let go? That's the question I'm asking.
Why
was he let go?
No, Saudi Arabia go.
He went to Saudi Arabia quite alright. But
he came and cleared the team.
He was allowed to go. If
Kepa still in Chelsea.
He's not in Chelsea.
But if you
bring those qualities that would not let your club let you go, they will do everything to keep you back.
It's a matter of preference.
What I'm saying is this. The MPFL goalkeepers, yes, we have some good goalkeepers in the Nigerian Premier Football League, but quality enough to stand in between the sticks for the Super Eagles of Nigeria, I don't think we are there yet. Don't look at the MPFL producing goalkeepers now like the MPFL producing goalkeepers
like Vincent Enyama, like Joseph Dosu, like Peter Rufai back in the days. It's not the same thing. I want you to understand that. It's not the same thing due to the fact that the quality has dropped, quality of an exposure, quality of training, quality of recruitment. Most of these goalkeepers, let's say the truth, some of them tell you they are 24 years of age, but they are actually close to 40 years of age.
Should you even use that to judge a goalkeeper?
Gigi
Buffon coach was in between the 60. How long?
At his peak. When was Gigi Buffon at his peak?
Was he not at his peak? Why was he allowed to stay on? Why was he allowed to stay on up until 40?
Quality.
So why would you want to use age?
Gigi Buffon at his peak was not playing in Parma or Genoa. He had already come into the mainstream. Do you understand what I'm saying?
In his late 30s, Gigi was still in Juventus. In his late 30s, Casillas was still in Real Madrid.
Casillas was at the peak.
We didn't want age. We didn't want age.
At 26, 27, he was already at Real Madrid.
And that was when he was giving. In his mid 30s, he was still in Real Madrid. He was still keeping.
That is goalkeeping for
so why would you want to use age to judge a goalkeeper?
A goalkeeper that will come into the Super Eagles of Nigeria.
Leave that one
at 40.
But basically, Mr. Elad, we need a goalkeeper that can be able to not only ginger players, but also understand the game and read the game. Look, why we are blessed to have our current goalkeeper, his name is Stanley Nwabali, in the stick of goalkeeper.
Stanley Nwabali is, by the way, he should be close to 30 now.
Yes, he should be close to 30.
So Osas, sorry. When Stanley don't enter 31, 32, men Nigeria pursue.
I didn't say 31, 32.
When they pursue,
I said what I'm actually aiming at is this.
Nelson, why are you laughing?
In the MPFL, we've got goalkeepers. One problem we have in the MPFL, but not just the goalkeeping department, every other department, is the age cheating. It's one of the reasons why the quality of the MPFL has dropped.
That's a separate conversation. Now we're talking about goalkeepers where sometimes, yes, nobody encourages edge cheating, right? Nobody encourages that. It's illegal, right? But should you use that as a major determining factor?
No.
To consider the quality of a goalkeeper when you know that these goalkeepers can stay on. I mean, Stanley Nwabali Stanley Nwabali, who is about should be 28 now. 28 now. Could still have about 10 years.
When did Stanley Nwabali get into the limelight for Chippa United?
That should be about 2 years ago.
Good. He was 26.
26.
When did he get to the top of his game for Lobby Stars before he was taken to Chippa United? That means below 26. Meaning Stanley Nwabali had already started shining from 24. And yeah, if you look at him, he still has a lot of time ahead of him.
I mean, he can still have about 10 years ahead.
Yes. Now let's look at how old was he then? 24. Let's look at Henry Ozoemena, who is 24 now. Why are we quiet?
Now you they talk now.
Okay, so let's look at Henry Ozoemena, who is 24 now and hasn't gotten that breakthrough yet. I don't even know if he has even gotten the breakthrough to be unopposed for Enyimba Football Club of Aba. Because what happens if I believe Enyimba would be in the market during the summer for even a goalkeeper? We had a low relay in that mix at a point for Enyimba. So these are some of the factors that affect MPFL players. Not just MPFL players, MPFL goalkeepers coming into the Super Eagles of Nigeria. Because you're going to be asking yourself some questions.
All right.
When did these players get to the point where we could see them? How old are they? What do they know? How well have they been trained? The recruitment process in the MPFL is also poor. Normally, before you get to that point, you're supposed to go through a process. You see it in the English Premier League and we smile. We see it in the La Liga, you smile. Some of these players, Ike Muniain for Athletic Club de Bilbao, started from the under-15s. Lionel Messi in the La Masia started from the under-11s. You saw Cesc Fabregas, How many do you want me to call? You saw these players grow through the ranks. Some of our MPFL players, where did they come from? You don't have any record of them growing through the ranks. Our academic system is not working. The feeder teams are not working. So how do you ascertain that these guys have got the rudiments of goalkeeping before you bring them in between the sticks for the Super Eagles of Nigeria?
Anyways, talking about going through the ranks and having academies, KOSA is happy to announce a one-day under 11 six-a-side football tournament for 12 boys and 12 girls team from local primary schools, clubs and communities in Port Harcourt. The tournament will create fun and exciting sporting activity for children from the local communities and all the adults involved with the cup. Make that cups and prizes to be won. The tournament will also build awareness for the KOSA Next Gen Football Training Program. KOSA will provide all the equipment for the tournament, including footballs, bips, and pitch markers, etc. KOSA will also cover all reasonable transportation costs to and from the tournament in a bid to support participation for all plus other incentive. Date of the tournament is March 1st, 2025. Time is from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Location of the tournament is number 6 Field, Old Port Harcourt Town, Port Harcourt, Nigeria. The format is six-a-side as earlier mentioned. For age requirement, all participants must be 12 years old as of March 1st, 2025. That's talking about going through the ranks, having academies. That's what KOSA is bringing. So all participants must be under 12 years old as of March 1st, 2025. So you're expected to join the excitement to develop skills and take a chance to be part of KOSA's Next Gen Football Talent Development Program. For more information and registration, please call 0802 121 0860. That is 0802 121 0860. Deadline for registration is Monday, February 17, 2025. So when there are complaints of lack of proper academic system and football training program, that's what KOSA is bringing. Girls, boys, provided you are within the age of 11 or make that 12 and under, this is for you, all right? You are credible, eligible to participate in this particular one. So that's another talking point. Goalkeepers from the NPFL, should they be given a chance? It's like saying, go back to your roots. This is where it has been working. The guys here do not believe that the quality in the NPFL is enough. But what about you? Do you think that in the... how is it said? There's a word it's said that good thing can still come from Nazareth. That's not the one I wanted to say, but this other proverb I'm looking for, it's not coming to my mind right now. But yeah, let's manage this one. That good thing can still come from Nazareth. Okay, so do you think goalkeeper from the Nigeria Premier Football League should be given a chance to be invited, at least, even if it's not to be the number one choice? Because right now Nigeria is banking on Stanley Nwabali as her number one choice goalkeeper as a support cast. Now that the likelihood of Madoko Okoye might not be there, or Madoko Okoye could still be invited, because if you look back at history, majority of the Super Eagles goalkeepers, even the present number one, have been and are products of the NPFL. That is the second talking point. All right, let's see how it's going on at the moment in the Nigeria Premier Football League. Let's bring you live updates of matches ongoing at the moment between Rangers International of Enugu and Remo Stars. The star match of today's star match of the week. It's still Rangers leading. Well, I'm seeing conflicting reports of the score line as it is, and I'm going to have to do further confirmation. Chikwuzite should be in that stadium, so we'll get to him in a bit so to know what's actually ongoing, because I'm seeing conflicting reports when it comes to the result. Or let's make that the score line, because the match is done, by the way. Yeah, the match is done. So 2-1 it ended. Rangers International have won that one. 2-1 against Remo Stars. Okay, so that's it. Haruna gave the cushion to Remo Stars. Not good enough to wrestle them for that 2 points to even the points right there at the Cathedral. So not good enough. Rangers champions against Remo Stars, but they are reigning champions of the Nigeria Premier Football League. I'm going to give a result of make that score lines from other centers in the Nigeria Premier Football League. Heartland FC of Owerri leading Shooting Stars by a single goal. That's Heartland FC of Owerri leading Shooting Stars by a single goal. Emmanuel Amonike is leading his team to victory this evening. Bendel Insurance Niger Tornado starts by just time checking the studio. It's 29 minutes gone past 5 o'clock. So in just about 30 seconds, that match will be underway. Bendel Insurance against Niger Tornadoes. In the Premier League, it's ended. Liverpool 2, Wolverhampton Wanderers 1. Tottenham Hotspur against Manchester United starts in a bit as well. The players are on the pitch. Patrick Dogu, the new boy, is in the starting lineup. Garnacho, Dalot, Casemiro, Bruno Fernandes. These guys are there. I think Kobe Mainu is out of the season, the remaining of the season. Kobe Mainu of Manchester United will not be having playing time. One of the key players for Manchester United these days. And then Amad Diallo, we equally had some reports that are not so good about. So I'm going to confirm the situation of these two players, Kobe Mainu and Amad Diallo, for you in a bit.
Season.
Amad Diallo out.
Season, yes.
He's out as well.
Season, yeah.
Okay.
With an ankle injury.
So that's it. Amad Diallo is out of the season as well. No good time for Ruben Amorim, who is looking to have life back at Manchester United. Not good times. But if you want to learn how to manage injury situations, maybe they should go and learn from Mikel Arteta. Mikel Merino is the new boy for Arsenal. In the absence of Bukayo Saka, there is Ethan Nwaneri. In the absence of Kai Havertz, there is Mikel Merino. In the absence of a proper centre forward, there's Kai Havertz. In the absence of Kai Havertz, there's a Mikel Merino. Be play. In the absence of even Ethan Nwaneri can even come into the midfield and play alongside Declan Rice.
With all of these things now, he's still in the run.
It's 7 points.
It's 7 points. He's still
that
in
can
the run.
Still be closed down.
He's still in the run out of the English Premier League.
Not the run against Liverpool. The run out of where? He defeated Leicester City with an injury-ridden team. Oh. Didn't he?
Reliance.
Didn't he?
Are you trying to?
Didn't he? Did he defeat Leicester or did he defeat Leicester?
He defeated Leicester
with an injury-ridden team.
Is this a team?
It's still 7 points.
Is this the team that can get you the English Premier League trophy?
What do they need to do to get the English Premier League trophy?
Sign quality players.
Right now, what do they need to do? It's not the transfer window.
What happened during the transfer window? What were you doing during
right
the transfer
now?
window?
We are talking about right now. What does Arsenal need to do to win the English Premier League this season? Right now.
Nothing. There's nothing. Nothing.
You guys know how to accept reality.
Nothing.
There's something.
There's nothing.
What are you saying?
There's nothing to do.
Just hope for luck.
Just hope.
That is if.
What?
And what's the luck?
That's hoping. I mean, what is in Arteta's hand right now? What is in his control?
In his control
to win the Premier League this season?
In his control right now is winning all his matches to end up second on the table.
And he's not ending up second. To win the Premier League or to stand a chance or to finish second, win your games.
The second ended up.
And he did win one yesterday against Leicester City.
That was. Now, let me tell you something. Yeah, Mikel Merino came in the second half, turned things around for Mikel Arteta's Arsenal, but that's against the Leicester City, who are still not in proper form at this point.
Wouldn't you want to wait until he play a team that's in proper form and see what's going to happen?
Yeah, that's what.
Wouldn't you want to wait?
Which in a close succession, I think they will be coming up against Liverpool. So let's see if Mikel Merino can get the goals against Anna Slot's Liverpool when he gets to that point. So I think for now, it's just on pen and paper that we consider Arsenal as title contenders. It's quite obvious that Liverpool will be running away with this particular one. So I think whenever the opportunity comes again in various departments that the need is required, Mikel Arteta should get players.
That's what you're saying. But these days, looks like if you want to learn how to manage your team when there are a lot of injuries, go and learn from Mikel Arteta. Get the template from Arteta. It's still 7 points. He has had many players out this season injured. Many players toward the midpoint of the season, many players were out. maybe Ruben Amorim might want to go and get Expo. I said they call him for secondary school that year. Expo. Collect him from him. Read. But that's what it is, for Ruben Amorim. And of course, it's Manchester United side. We are underway at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. 4 minutes of football played already. There's no goal to report. It's going to be looks like it's going to be a free kick for Tottenham Hotspur, the home side. Manchester United, with Joshua Zirkzee leading the line alongside Rasmus Højlund. Let's see how that match is going to pan out. We'll give you the report provided we are still here in the studio. But tomorrow morning, 6:30 a.m., we can be certain to have comprehensive reports of many of the matches that went down in Europe Top 5 League, and also the result and other important stories in the world of sport, as we bring you latest updates and developments as well. So we're done with the second talking point. We want to enter the third talking point before I open the phone lines. Just a couple of minutes before we are done here. Rainbow Stars Osas is doing quite well this season, right? Good. If not for the loss to Rangers International, I mean, you've been very vocal about how they've been quite performing and should win the league this season due to their performance. On the continent, are you anticipating this kind of performance for Remo Stars?
On the continent, I think let's wait till we get there. It's not going to be...
Oh, you're not agree for us to wait till we get there?
Yes, let's
we're talking about us now. You do not agree.
For Remo Stars, I think let's wait till we get there. The reason why I'm saying we should wait till we get there is because it's now a norm that Nigerian MPFL sides or MPFL clubs, when they go to the continent, just go to fill in the gap. They don't go with a lot of aspirations on the continent, be it the CAF Champions League or the CAF Confederations Cup. No thanks to the way we run football right here in Nigeria. So many things need to be corrected. I think it's more or less like one of the same problems that Manchester United is having at this point in time, where structure has issues. Definitely the product will be found wanting. So that's where we have most of our problems in the Nigerian Premier Football League. Who are those that go out to represent clubs when you go to the continent? How well do you get your players? I keep asking this thing. What do you have in place to ensure that you churn out the best of talents? Generational talents are there. Sometimes we don't see them because we don't look towards those directions. We have, in as much as you're having an improper way of recruiting players, you are definitely going to be having improper players coming in. Quality will not be there. Talents will be overlooked. So MPFL clubs need to get to that point where they tell themselves that we want to make a name for ourselves on the African continent. And when they do that, you begin to see quality come through. Alakli had, what's his name? He just left there, the South African Pesitao. He just left Alakli to the Saudi Pro League. A player like Pesitao, who has had his stint at Brighton and Hove Albion, still came back to Alakli and was able to do his thing right there for them in the Egyptian league, even in the CAF Champions League also. So I think now you see that quality. They were able to bring him because they were intentional with what they wanted to do. They were very direct with what the plans are for Alakli, as big as that club is. Eimba is a big club. Eimba should not be scampering for players here and there. Eimba should have the best of qualities when it has to do with players. What is the recruitment process in Eimba? We've seen teams in the European scene, teams like Ajax of Amsterdam, teams like Borussia Dortmund. These teams don't even bother about keeping big stars or keeping players with large egos. What they are down to do is recruit players and make profit from it. You keep seeing quality upon quality come through these players. What do you have in teams like El Kanemi Warriors? Teams that are not... Every team should have a recruitment plan for themselves. Are we going for the top stars? Are we grooming the stars? Do we have scouts? How well do we identify talents? These are things that we need to start putting. We should not recruit players based on their uncles and aunties sent their names down. Somebody knows somebody, so that's why the list. Go and meet him. You will start put him inside, let him start playing. Once you do that, you have closed the door to a generational talent who should have been in that sport.
All right.
Now, these are things that we need to begin to talk about. So that's the reason why I said let's hold on till Remo Stars gets there, because Remo Stars seems to be one club in the Nigerian Premier Football League that is trying to change the narrative. Good enough, thanks to the fact that the owner is Kunle Sonami, who also has a very good experience in owning a club right there in the Liga Portugal, the Portuguese league in CD Farense. So these are maybe things that he has brought from his experience there down here. You can see that they have a very good recruitment process. You can testify to it. They've been able to ship out players from here directly to Europe at a young age.
All right.
Player did not falsify his age, did not lie about his age. He was scouted, he was picked from here straight even to Inter Milan and other clubs outside the shores of Africa. So I think they are beginning to do something meaningful. We see their feeder teams, we see their young sides. Beyond Limit was one of it. Winning the Nigerian National League, that's the NNL, is one big thing to tell you that Remo Stars have now understood what it means to churn out quality players. So if that happens, then they could go down there to the CAF Champions League and do the business for MPFL sides.
Do you think Remo Stars will carry this form and transition it into the continental competitions, the CAF Champions League being where they're likely going to finish in the season? And how long before you see a Nigerian club even get to the semis or even the final of either of the CAF Champions League or the CAF Confederation Cup? By the way, Fans Arena did reach out to Stanley Guma, who was an assistant coach in 2004 when Enyimba won the league, and these were his thoughts.
First and foremost, it has to do with preparation. Preparation is key for any success that one want to achieve. When you prepare very well for a competition of such magnitude, then you expect good results. But when you don't prepare well, or maybe you have a shabby preparation, that's like as we do in our local league here, I bet you are not going to have any good representation. Then that is one of the problems that we have. Again, the players' welfare matters a lot. When the players are in a very high mood, that is the psychological position is high, they tend to give their best. But in a situation whereby you go to clubs and players are grumbling of poor welfare arrangement, it doesn't speak well, don't bring anything good from such competitions. Yeah, actually we have the manpower, we have the quality, we have some good players around. We are always not in the right state of mind to compete in such competitions. When you look at a player in a club, an average club in Nigeria, as will be earning about 700,000 naira, comparing to a player from a club in Morocco or Memoladen Sundowns from South Africa that will be earning about $8,000. There is no comparison. And when you pitch those two players on the pitch, the difference will be clear. That there's no way you can make comparison. Some teams that play in the CAF Confederation Cup, scout players, get players from Europe, South America. They play to join those teams. Like in South Africa, Memoladen Sundowns have two players from France. In Tunisia, two players from France. In Morocco, there's two players from Brazil, from Belgium, and these places. So before their teams, and such players earn heavily. And these are quality players. Here, Nigerian players are paid peanuts, and it does not motivate them enough to compete at that level. Then another way I think is the facilities. Most Nigerian clubs do not have the facilities, to compete at high levels. The facilities, I mean, the structure that can accommodate all facets of the football development. Like so many clubs abroad, so many clubs in Africa, North Africa, South Africa, Central Africa, and all that. They have their own stadium. They have complete sports facilities, standard gym, and then they also have different types of pitches. They have a artificial pitch, they have a grass pitch where they train. The adventure they're going to, the opponent plays on a natural pitch. They begin to prepare on a natural pitch. Opponents train on a synthetic pitch. They will go to prepare on a synthetic pitch. And some teams fly. They have private jets. They can arrive at their match venue at any point in time. Clubs in Nigeria have a private jet to lift their players to their match venue and pick them, bring them back after the match immediately. Rivers United played the USM Ojas from Algeria in New York. We were expecting them to come about 3-4 days before the match. They arrived a day before the match. That's the eve of the match. They landed in Port Harcourt Airport and moved then straight to New York. After the match, they took off from New York and back to Algeria that same night. You can imagine, no stress, no fatigue. So, in fact, their level are quite different. You can never compare.
All right, so those were the thoughts of Stanley Guma speaking to Fans Arena right there in an exclusive interview of what needs to change, the things that need to be done for a Nigerian team to win a continental showpiece again. CAF Champions League, CAF Confederation Cup. What do you make of all of this? That is a thought talking point. How long before a Nigeria team reaches the summit or the apex of any of the CAF inter-club competitions? The top two will be the Champions League and the Confederation Cup. Let's know your thoughts, your reactions. 0817 0000951 0810 9510 951. These are the phone numbers to call. Pick any of the talking points and let's have your thought. The first one is new invitees into the Super Eagles. Do they matter right now in crucial moments like this? Wouldn't that disrupt the chemistry of the players that already understand, already have communications, good communications and effectiveness among themselves as we head into the crucial World Cup qualifiers? Does Eric Shekuchel need to invite new players into the team right now? What is your thoughts? There are already players lined up, reportedly lined up for him to include in the team. Second talking point, go back to your roots, get a goalkeeper from the MPFL and make him part of the Super Eagles squad. Do you subscribe? Do you think the quality in the MPFL in terms of goalkeepers are good enough to come in there? Understanding that in the past, many of the goalkeepers have always been products of the MPFL. All right, that's the second talking point. And then, of course, the third one is, on the continent, do you think Remo Stars will be able to transition this kind of form onto the continent next season? All right, Stanley Guma listed many things that have bedeviled Nigeria's progress on the continent, either the CAF Confederation Cup or the Champions League. Do you agree with him? So these are the talking points on the show. It's time for you to be part of the conversation. 0817 0000951 0810 9510 951. Talk to us on the show. I'm going to start taking messages from the other portal, the SMS and the WhatsApp portal, which is 0701 933 9962. That is 0701 933 9962. Officiating has caused Madrid to win their match in the last three games against Espanyol, Atletico de Madrid and Osasuna. Madrid were denied 3 penalties yesterday and a straight red card to Jude. It's not football, it's La Liga. Your number ends with 2759, reacting to the earlier talking point on the show when European football was discussed. From the SMS portal, hello sports crew, you guys are so wonderful in your analysis. Kudos. Please, because of the crucial nature of the World Cup qualification, I think the coach shouldn't invite any home-based goalkeepers for now. Okay. Secondly, the inclusion of new players is a welcome development. Thirdly, the coach should make the team healthy for all so that both the old and the new players can give in their best. With this, I stand to be challenged that Nigeria will surely book a place in the upcoming World Cup in 2026. Vinazor Kletus from Bodo City. Okay, Vinazor rather, thank you for contributing. You are of the opinion that no MPFL goalkeeper should come in because the match is crucial, but you want new players to come in, but you don't want players from MPFL to come in. Vinazor. Okay. All right, so those are your thoughts. Thank you very much for contributing as we continue to drive down the show this evening. Be part of the conversation. The phone lines are open for you to talk to us on the show this evening. Let's also listen to Finidi George, who also shared his thoughts regarding the problems, the cost of Nigeria's failure on the continent. Finidi George is the head coach of Rivers United.
From my experience in a couple of years that I've been in the league, why Nigerian teams are not doing well in CAF tournaments is because of migration of players at the end of every season, coupled with the fact that most of the players are not ready for that kind of tournament, that kind of intensity, that kind of fairness in games where everything is open, everything is 50-50. Players are not used to that, so it becomes a problem where when they meet teams that play on that high level, it becomes a problem for them to cope. So that has been the main reason for Nigerian teams not really doing well in CAF tournaments.
So mass exodus of players is the major reason for Finidi George. He was speaking in an exclusive interview with Fans Arena. Said mass exodus of players when every season the best legs will leave the country and look for greener pastures elsewhere. All right, so what do you make of all of this? Let's know your reactions. Let's know your thought via our feedback platforms. Tottenham Hotspur have taken the lead against Manchester United. The match is at the 19th minute, and Tottenham are already 1 goal up against the Red Devils of Manchester. Right now, they are about to be slaughtered by the spell of the Spurs. So it is at the new Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. Make that the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. 1-0. Tottenham Hotspur lead. It's Tottenham leading. How has Manchester United been performing?
I won't blame them from recent injury they face. Amad Diallo is out, their key player, and also the midfield certainly got an injury from Kobe Miano, and you will say this game, it will be a bit of a luck if Manchester United can come back and win this game, because Tottenham has been a team of our seen order recently. I'm seeing a very beautiful play from the wing backs. I think two of the young wing backs they are trying to now understand the English Premier League more better. They are playing a very good high line, and it's a very good pressing, attacking tactic from the man there, Ange Postecoglou. But if you come back to bye-bye team, it's going to be very devastating. But the goal from Maddison, 1 goal up. And it was a beautiful goal. It was the tap-in, save from Onana, but Onana could not come out again to hit down
the rebound.
Yes, the rebound, and it was, will I say, defensive error from the defender. They could not manhandle the man Maddison, and it came back to haunt them. And I said, this team is going to be a very exciting game, because if as Manchester United can get a goal in this first half, you will say yes, we're going to see a lot of goals pouring in this game. But as it stands, 1-0 in favor of Tottenham. Manchester United want to knock on the door, but is it possible? I don't think it's possible in this first half. But second half, we'll see how the game goes.
All right, so we'll see how the game goes in the second half of the encounter. But for now, let's stick with the talking points. We've raised 3 of them thus far. Goalkeepers from the MPFL to be invited into the Super Eagles. Do you support that submission? And do you support the inclusion of new players in the team ahead of the crucial World Cup qualifiers against Rwanda and Zimbabwe? And also, when will a team from the Nigeria Premier Football League win a continental trophy? How long do you propose before an MPFL team gets close to or even win any of the Champions League or the Confederation Cup?
Let me look at my crystal ball.
Do you have a crystal ball?
I think I have a crystal ball.
Is that why you're closing your eyes?
Yeah, I'm closing my eyes. So
you have a crystal ball at home. So how do you look at your crystal ball at home when you are in the studio?
Well, I think it's going to be Remo Stars, and it's going to be next 3 seasons or 2 seasons to come. The next 2 seasons, let's give it next 2 seasons. Remo Stars Remo Stars and Ikoru City are teams that looking to
they call it Ikoru City. We just get promotion last season.
It's possible. It's possible.
I don't understand.
It's possible. It's football.
It's possible.
It's possible.
It's possible.
It is not possible.
But is it realistic?
It is not possible. Okay, it's possible, but that in fact it's not even possible. Where?
Why is it not possible? Who told you Ikoru City cannot go to the continent and win this Confederation Cup?
They will need to first call. See, for Nigerians or any Nigerian team being able to win the Champions League or the CAF Champions League, I don't know if maybe during my time in this profession I'm going to see, boy, it does not look like as possible for the next 5-6 years if we don't improve our football and a chance to equalize. How did he miss that?
That was Garnacho.
Alejandro Garnacho. You should have just left to Napoli. It was not an offside.
It was not an offside. A very beautiful cross there from Bruno Fernandes.
That was not offside.
And
wow.
Yeah.
This man should have been sold.
But
I don't understand. see funds that you would have used.
Is the field. Is the field.
Is the top.
Is the top.
Is the top.
Or the ball.
Is the top or the ball.
Or the ball. One of the field or the ball.
But that will cause them. So just you with the keeper. The defender came in late for that tackle or to be able to stop the ball. So there was every chance for you to put the ball at the top right corner, or at least put it just past the keeper or in between the legs of the keeper. But you just swallowed that. And we were saying it. Ruben Amorim dropped this. How much? It was not 50 million
or 50 or 55 million.
Almost 50 or 55 million. This is my frustration. Almost 50 or 55 million, and you'd have used that funds and at least gotten yourself a better winger, or use the funds and done something better. But that's just how it is with Manchester United. Maybe they'll get back and finally get the goal.
Leave United.
But let's leave United.
Now there are reports that Kobe Mino is out of the season. Amad Diallo out of the season.
I've just been seeing the tweets from the fans, and they're like, "We are relegated this." like they're like, "Wow!" The person was like, "This season we are going to relegate." But on the context of the Champions League, first of all, we need to first get the structure down when it comes to our football, and then you say there has been a decline in the years where we actually dominated football on the global scene, on the continent. Time of Enyimba Rivers United, when they were dominating football then. But now you come back now and it looks as if the football is digressing, and we look at the players bringing in 10 players out, bringing in 11 players in. The structure from the youth, Osas talked about that. There is a system to how things are, and we are not using that system. Get players from the feeders or for that, train them into the senior team. They develop, and then from there they go to the continent to represent. But for now, it does not look as if it is possible for us to be able to get it right in the continent. And I don't even think right now our coaches, or we even have the coaches capable of even doing it on the continent. I don't believe Daniel Gumudede or Fidelis Ilechukwu have maybe the capacity or the capability to be able to deliver.
Ikoro City can do it.
What? See, even me maybe could do, but I don't believe. I don't understand. What to concern you could do?
If Enyimba can do it, if Arsenal can do it, if the likes of Rangers can do it, at least one of our young side can do it.
So, you say we don't need camera.
Wait. Who told that in say Ikorodu City go win?
Me.
Okay, now it's okay.
Yes, Ikorodu can do it. Okay. He just can maybe win.
Can win.
Give us a CAF Champions League or a CAF Confederation.
You have always been. Would I say sarcastic? No, it didn't sound like sarcasm.
Because I don't want to say controversial. How would you say Ikorodu City can win the CAF Champions League? How can you say Ikorodu City can win the CAF Champions League? It's probably impossible at this. First of all, let Ikorodu City qualify for any of the CAF competitions or tournaments. First of all, let them qualify. That's what should be their aim at this point. A team that was just constituted a year before now, or 2 years before now, had their stint in the Nigerian National League, came into the MPFL, and boom, the next thing is win the CAF Champions League. That would have been the eighth wonder of the world. That would be the eighth wonder of the world. So I think no. For now, there is what they call growing process. Everybody.
But we've seen teams that defy this growing process.
Which team won the UEFA Champions League 2 years after they were instituted, 1 year after gaining promotion?
There's always a first time.
There's no first time in this one. There's no first time here. Everybody has to pass through a process. We did all pass through it. We grew from 1 year toddler to what's the next stage after being a toddler? And then you now went into teenage age, and from there adolescence. adolescence, and you now went becoming an adult.
Did you,
so
jump, did you jump class? Did you jump classes in secondary school or primary
Why
school?
do you want to bring my leg out here?
No, talk true. Did you jump classes?
Yes, I did.
You know they do like Clint. You know that comedian. You did jump classes, didn't you?
I did.
You don't understand, man. I did. So who told you Ikorodu City cannot jump the process?
Exactly.
Ikorodu City cannot jump. I did not jump from nursery 1 to SS3. No, I didn't do that.
But they are already in the top flight league in Nigeria.
See,
more ensure, guys. More ensure.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's end the show. Thank you very much for being our companion since 1 o'clock. We'll be back here tomorrow at 6:30 a.m. for Sports Attack and another opportunity with so many talking points that will be flourishing on that show tomorrow morning. And then you'll also be a part to air your view, air your thoughts on those talking points tomorrow, 6:30 a.m. Sports Attack makes a return. And then by 3 p.m., we'll take a review of the major talking points, the major matters that went down during the course of the about to be concluded weekend in the world of sports. My name remains Reliance O'Daniel. I am